Unmute. What's up, guys? It is KingDaddyDMAC, and welcome back to another beautiful day live streaming here on both Twitch and YouTube. That is right. Today, we're going to be kicking off yet again on the fan server. We are on episode 80 of this series. It has been so much fun, guys. Absolutely loving it, playing along with you all. But I want to remind you too, this series is just getting started. I plan to have an Omega server up for the entirety of Ark Ascended, so it is not too late to join. If you would like to come in and get in on the fun, just head on over to the Discord. Link is in the video description. That's right, but how's everyone doing today? Hello, Atomic Elephant. Hello, Bay. Hello, Caleb. Hello, Nezo. Hello, Slither. Hello, I Can Do It. Hello, Derek. Hello, Martin. Hello, Bay. Hello, Leighton. How's everyone doing today on this very fine Sunday? At least for me, it's Sunday. Everyone doing good? Oh my goodness. I stayed up way too late last night. So I'm a little tired, but we're making do. I spent most of the morning, I got some progress done. I get up pretty early and grind out a lot of my breeding. So I got some new breeding stuff to share with you, which I'm super excited about. If you've been watching the last few days, you probably already know what it is, because I've been working on it for a while. Today we finally get to try it out. After that, I do my little exercise. I hung out with my wife, had breakfast, and we started preparing for the upcoming trip that I have at the end of the month, making sure any things we need to buy, any clothes, make sure they still fit, stuff like that. So we had the first day of starting to prep. Anyway, that's what's going on with me. Let's head on into the server. Once again, this is the fan server for Ark Ascended Omega. We are on the Center and Ragnarok, so 2 servers so far. We're going to add in Valgero once that drops. Hopefully it comes at the end of the month, right when I'm going on vacation. We'll see how that goes. Let's see. Now, we also are testing for the very first time. We're seeing if we can up the density of the spawns in Omega on Ark Ascended. We have not tested this yet. So we're going to see how it goes, if it affects the server at all, if it's actually working. But if it is working, it should be pretty dang cool. Thank you, Nezo. I appreciate it so very much. All right, so here's all the mods we're using, just for any of you peeps following along. Usually get asked during the stream. This way, you're able to see. You've been working on your detonate and reactive Mega P. Nice, Bay. I can't wait to see what they're like once you're done. Yeah, no worries, no worries. I got you, Slither. I know you're spying on me. You got your story worked out for why. Your backstory. I'm just hunting raptors. I'm not spying on you. You're tired as well, Leighton. It just happens some days. I stayed up too late. I was watching, me and my wife, we like the Alien franchise a lot. And we were watching that Alien Earth, but we're caught up on the episodes. Because it's still going on. I think, 4 or 5 episodes out. So we went back to watch some of the original Alien movies. And we watched Aliens 1, and then my wife went to bed, and I wasn't tired yet. So I started watching, we're also watching them out of order. We're trying to see chronologically, kind of how the movies would be. So what was it? I watched then the newest one in the franchise, which, Romulus. And I was only planning to watch like the beginning of it. I watched the whole damn movie, and then, so took away from my sleep. And I always hope that I can sleep in, but as I get older, man, when I wake up, I'm up. That's why I got to be good about going to bed on time. All right. So, I have been breeding like crazy. Let me show you some of the updates. Those are my breeding guys. We are up to Paragon 8 on Edward. So, I think in another day or two, I should be done with Edward. So, that'll be cool. I'm at 7. 7 on Cazador, which is the other new soldier ant, which should be pretty exciting. I'll just show you. Because this one, before this series, I was not aware it existed. I'm not sure when it got added in, but this is Cazador. And Cazador, we got a really good one, is Banshee Rampage. So I thought that sounded kind of interesting. So pretty cool. What is up, DD? D1 DDs was taken. How you doing? You been a fan since pooping? Nice. So sad. I wish those guys were still around. All right. Anyway, so those are ones I'm working on. In addition to, I didn't work on them this morning, but I also have going on Unique Scarab, which I'm only at Paragon 1. I'm going to work on soon. This is one of the uniques for the dung beetle. And then I was also started working on I'm at Paragon 2 on an element dung beetle. The Fallout New Vegas was coming back. Is that what that's from? I don't know. I mean, that's I know somebody. I've met somebody in real life with that name, or I guess that was their screen name. I do not know. That would be Slither Magic. We'll see if it actually works. I don't even know yet. I haven't checked it out. So we will find out. But most importantly, silence. This is the dung beetle. We've been trying to work out for a dung beetle. And I finally, this morning, got it to Paragon 10. At last, at last. This is quite possibly, it could be one of the, we're going to find out. But I've heard good things that it could be one of the strongest creatures in the mod. So I'm kind of excited about that. You got a nuclear one? Nice. I think I might have, let me see. I have more dung beetles. But I have more progress to show you on that guy. Yeah, my dung beetles. I have a nuclear one, so you could breed there. The biggest ones I'm looking for are Disruptor, which I do have. I don't know why it didn't show up. We definitely have a Disruptor one. And then, oh no, not Disruptor, Lethal. I'm looking for a Lethal dung beetle. And then I have no Disruptor ones, but I'm looking for that too, because I think that would be cool. But those will be more exciting once the bosses for 7th variants actually come in. Okay, so I went, you saw it, I bred up to Paragon 10, so we got that done. Then this is the one that I decided to go. I went ahead and I saved you guys part of the trouble, because I then had to proceed to put in, remember all the stat potions we had for this guy? We had like over 1,000. I think I had, it took up a full table and a half, so probably like 1,500 of them, maybe even 1,700 of them. I went ahead, I pumped in as many of the pre-tame ones as I had on this guy, and what that does is it boosts the pre-tame levels of the dino. So as you can see, the stats in this guy are through the roof. Now, it's leveled normally in the wild. If you had a dino like this, you know, with stats like that, it would be a super high level dino. Well, this guy, when you pump in it through stat potions, it does not change the dino level. So I went ahead, I took this guy, bred him with another one of the Paragon 10 ones after pumping in this many. And by the way, this guy's now Paragon 15. That's because you gain Paragon levels based on putting in stat potions. So I put in 1,314 stat potions into this guy and got him to there. Then I rebred him again to make this guy, which now reflects the proper levels that this one should have been had I caught it, had it been a wild caught one with those stats. So it's now level 1,512 based on this guy's stats. Then I pumped in all the mutation potions that I had, and we're starting to look pretty strong now. So I went from, let's get one that has no stat, nothing in it, just so we can see the evolution of this guy. And let's, all right, so we have the original, and this is again at Paragon 10 already. So this one, 1,840, nope, it just updated, 20k health, roughly. Then we bump up to here. This one is at 232k health. Then this one, yeah, I have the music on, I know, I'm listening to it too, Derek. This one is at 488k health, now with all those boosted in. Next, and finally, we have to put in all the post-tame ones. Your mom's giving you $10? Awesome. You can buy it yourself, buddy. Either that or have your mom do it. I cannot do it for you. There's physically no way I could do it. You would have to, I don't know what platform you play on, but whatever the platform is, if you play on your computer, you'd buy it through, you'd have to do it through, I think, Steam money. If you play on Xbox or PlayStation, you probably have to load the money into the store there. But that's all I know. I don't know how I would be able to buy it for you. It's not like it's nothing I can do, my friend. That's something you're gonna have to figure out or ask your mom to figure out for you. All right. Next up. So where was I? Derek is getting distracted by the music, so we'll turn that off for him. Okay, so we now have this one. Now, here's the thing. When you rebreed it, I get the level up, but it starts over on the number of potions that you put in. So I went ahead, I did that again, and the important factor is we have to put in 2,500 potions to get the max number of paragons. Paragons being you get 100% stat boost for each paragon level that you gain. So there's 10 of them here, but we have to put in 2,500 potions in entirety to be able to get to the Paragon 10. Now, what was going to happen is once I had this guy's stats bred on both the pre-tame, the mutation, I was going to breed him again, and that would allow me to get a guy. A lot of people ask, how do you get guys with such high levels? That would be, let's see, the dire bear would be a good example. What's his name? Ghost. All right, that's how, this is my original Ghost, level 382. But if I did the breeding after the fact, I'm able to get a guy that's level 3,137. It's crazy. So, I was going to do that with the dung beetle, but you may notice, actually, it probably doesn't tell you the numbers with Ghost, because after you complete them. With Ghost, it did not take as many. With this guy, it takes a lot. Now, if you were to add up all the stats that are left to put in, if I bred him again, I think that comes out to a little over 1,500, which is shy of what I need for the 2,500, almost 1,000 shy. So I was going to breed him again and get the maximum high level, but it looks like if I did that, I would not get all the Paragon levels, which would be bad. So this is, in fact, going to be the dung beetle that we use. And sorry, I know that was a lot of explaining, but, you know, you got to learn sometime if you're going to learn about the mod. So that being said, we are now going to take the rest of our potions. And these ones I saved for you guys. I put in all the others. They take a while to put in. But we're going to take all of these potions. And we're going to continue to pump them into Silent. So that we can use him today. So I think that should be pretty cool. I also got everything I need to get them fully boosted. So I guess should we finish doing the stat potions first? Why don't we continue with that for a little bit? So, as I pump these in, this is how I got those up. These are the special stat potions. You may notice, DMAC, you're not at 250, you're not all the way up on them, but I still have these potions here that will allow me to get all the way up. So, why don't we save back this stuff? Actually, you know what? Let's just pump this in. So let's get it out of the way. So right now it is a basic. Let's go ahead, make it a delta, a gamma, a beta, an alpha, an elite. Then this is taking on the first tier boss. We've done all these in the past, so I just pulled them out of my box. This is taking on the master. This will make him go from prime to apex. This will make him go from apex to ultimate. This is anima. This is the unique group god. This will make him ancient. And then finally, this is taking on an aspect. This will make him endless. So that's the highest tier thus far in the game. The next tier would be omega, but that's not in the game yet. Next, we're going to put in loose paragons. This is what I was talking about. It gives you 100%. You can get up to 100 of them, but you can only put in 10 loose ones. Then you can put in 10 variant ones. Now this guy is Gorgon Stalker. He is a dual type, so that means it will take of either type to put them in. So let's go ahead and do that. All right, cool. So that would bring him to Paragon 30, and then we are going to get the rest of the way by putting in more stat potions. As you can see, his stats have been boosting up from this. So pretty cool. This is going to be the saddle we use. We still have not got the exact saddle that we want, but that is the saddle that we're going to be using out of the token in case something stupid happens. Bada boom. All right. So let me pick him back up, pull him back out after doing all those upgrades. Bada boom. Okay. So he now has 1.1 billion health. He was, before I just did all those upgrades, at the, what was it, 400k? So it's looking pretty good, but he's only going to get stronger. So next, let's put these all in alphabetical. Bada boom. Let's do the all stat ones first. And these should be boosting every single thing. Yeah, see, I put in 4 so far. Now, this guy being a unique, these stat potions should count twice. Yeah, see, stat potions provide double bonus to unique ones. So, pretty cool. It actually makes it, in some ways, for the uniques harder if you want to have the max level. Because you end up putting in, like, fewer stat potions. I think, does that make sense? I guess it counts them twice, so. All right, let's see. We're up to 32, so I got to keep on doing this all the way through. It takes a while. This is why I did all the previous ones instead of saving the entire build to do with you guys. But this guy, when we're done, we're going to make a dung beetle be likely. This likely is going to be our strongest creature. You got the saddle called Curse? Yeah, I need the saddle called Anubis. That's the one I'm looking for. That's what this guy is being built off of. But I do have the curse one as well, but also only in a token. So I will trade for, if you get the actual saddles, it is something I'd be interested in trading for. So hopefully, if we have enough of these potions, by the time I am done, and by the way, did we reach, and all the other stats, we are already maxed out. So that's cool. I'm going to take the rest of these guys out of here, and we're going to switch over to the other potions, because these I may want to save for a different dung beetle, because I think we're going to have more potions than we actually need. All right, so let's next go to these ones. Let's first take the all stats. So these ones are now going to be only the post-tame. See, they're called allocation type post-tame. The ones that I had in them before, those are like the creme de la creme. They count every stat, but we already have the pre-tame and mutation done, so I don't want to waste them if we don't have to. All right, so now let's continue to boost these in. The all stat ones are doing each and every stat, and these are doing what is the level up stats. It simulates if we were to have enough level ups to boost every stat to max, which is kind of crazy. That's what this mod allows you to do. So, in these stat potions we obtained via doing quests over the last few days of playing. This is why we have been farming dung beetles like it's our job. Like our life depended on it. It is nutty. All right, what are we up to? 132. Almost halfway there. But this is going to be exciting too, because finally we're going to have a dung beetle that we can actually complete the while riding dung beetle quests. So that'll be cool. All right, so we are up to... Oh, that's interesting that it's not all the same. It should be. Why are we at 150 in the melee, but only 138? No, I guess in the food too. All right, let's see how we're doing on the paragons. Okay, so we have another 50 stat potions, and then that will complete everything. So let's go ahead and grab the rest of them. That wasn't all of them, but it will have to do. All right, and let's do, actually, we'll do each stat individually. All right, so we are going to go health first. It just makes it easier so I can see when we run up. So the rest of these, whatever we have left over, is just going to go towards when I make my next dung beetle. Of which you saw I'm already in progress of breeding 2 others. All right, so this we're going to do until it gets to the 254. And this is going to be a perfect dung beetle. Cannot be any better. The only thing I could have done if I really wanted to min-max, and I just got a little lazy, is I could have calculated the exact maximum level that I could have made this guy and have just enough stat potions to get the paragons done. But just in case something goofed up, I did not want to, in case I made an error and then only be able to get to like Paragon 8 or 9 with the stat potion boosts. All right, see, can't put in any more, and that is because we are at 254. The game prevents you from doing any more. All right, so the ones that are extra, we're going to put there. So the next one is stamina. And we got to do this for each and every stat. Aren't you glad that the first two ones I didn't make you sit through? I did it ahead of time. It's crazy how long it takes. I really wish in the mod they made a way for just like one button and it just consumes all. It would really make my life so much easier, and I'm sure everyone that plays. So I'm excited to see. We're going to find out pretty quick, but what this guy's, what it should be really good at is 1v1 boss fights. It's, with the saddle, it should give us Colossus and what was the other thing? Colossus. Crap, I forgot what the other thing was. But anyway, that's the, like, only thing I really care about. It might be Colossus Rampage. But, in fact, you know what? Let's open the saddle so I can just tell you. So, Anubis saddle, boom. Colossus Uncontrollable. That's a big difference. The reason the Uncontrollable is so important is that it gives you, out of any of the abilities, it gives the highest boost to your attacks. Now, what it also does is it means your dino is uncontrollable. It means you cannot ride it, and it means you cannot, like, it's going to wander around. But it gets a huge boost to all of its stats. Now, you might say, DMAC, that sounds really stupid. You're not going to even be able to ride this guy. What's up, Corey? But where the nice thing is this saddle also says can ride uncontrollable variant. So that's going to be pretty huge. It also has something else that says permanent there. It might be permanent rampage. So we'll find out in a sec. All right, so it looks like we boosted the stamina up all the way. Stamina 254. Boom. Go in there, saddle. All right, next up, so stamina, oxygen. It's rampage? Okay. Yeah, so all those boosts, and then I think it had other, we'll look in a second. We'll look when I actually put it on. Bada boom. But what this is going to do is I have Stalker variant, so that makes me go invisible, and then when I attack, you get a massive boost to your attack. Gorgon, when I do that same button to go invisible for the attack, it's going to make the guy like a, you know, it's the ability is called Stoned. It's going to turn him to stone, and then while he is, you know, turned to stone and frozen, I do extra damage. Because I'm Colossus, it's going to do the Colossus Slam all at the same time. And then I'm going to have the crazy boosted stats from the Uncontrollable. So it should be pretty monstrous once all is said and done. The Spyglass doesn't update in real time. See, how I know it's done is when it stops eating them. It will not overeat a potion. Ooh, we might actually not have enough. All right, so remember those other ones that did all types? We'll have to eat a few more. The thing is with the oxygen, as long as I have enough paragons, let's see how many more we need. All right, we already got it. We're already complete. So to tell you the truth, the level's not going to go up. I will pump them all in, but melee is really the only one we care about left. So if I wanted to, I could save the rest of these for the next one. Which I might end up doing for now. I probably could have Really, the only ones, the oxygen, if you want to swim faster, if your dino does. The stamina is not necessarily good to boost up because the higher your stamina, the more you have to eat to recover it. That's why having the food stat super high, that one's important. And that one we didn't do, so that one I'm going to boost up. But if you're going to skip any stats, since the guy's already got crazy stamina, you could skip that. He won't get as hungry as quickly. Carry weight, I mean, look how high my carry weight is already. It's insane. So I could have skipped that one too. But when all's said and done, it should be pretty good. I'm going to put in the food ones. But of all of them, the health and the melee, that's the most important. All right, is that? Nope. Little lag spike. But look at, we're already at Paragon 40. That is nutty. So for the rest of the Paragons, if I want to get them higher, what I have to do is I have to start battling out in the wild. All right, we maxed out in the melee. All right, cool. All right, let's just get the foods in. And then we can actually take this guy out for a spin. Now, I do have a couple of other saddles that I have that are cursed that I may use over the unique saddle just for being able to kill faster. Such as I have a reactive saddle that will fit on him, so he can just swim around. And the other nice thing is this guy's going to be super quick to level up because its Paragon shard value is likely very low because it's dung beetle. You know, it's probably going to be either the same or a step up from like a dodo. In fact, what is your... We'll find out in a second what his Paragon shard value is. Takes a long time though, isn't it? I should be able to just go eat. Have him eat it all. All right, we maxed out on food. Should I just max out on the other two? Oxygen, I wasn't maxed, but I'm going to leave him here for now. We could do more, but it's not going to really benefit him that greatly. If at all. It's more just for aesthetics. So I'll do that later. All right. Let's bring him outside. I'm going to pack these two guys up. So that one goes there. This one. The other reason that I wanted to breed them is that now I have a second one that already has Paragon 15. But that is the original. Come on, come on. Boom. All right. And let's... I hope it remembers this. Can I turn... Oh, I think it did. I think it does. Of course, he has that thing remember. All right. Cool. Next, over here, I've got some cursed saddles that are interesting. We can try on him. A reactive one. Let's see. This one boosts swim speed by that. No movement speed. This one does movement speed. This one, I think, had higher melee. What's this one's melee? Oh, this one, 55. Oh, that's dimensional, though. All right, so let's grab that one. I have a warp, a ghost, starfire, and then I think I have a couple of other ones. And then a dimensional if I just want to fly around. These are a couple of different good ones. Okay, that one's kind of cool. So just other variations of saddles that I can do if I so please. All right. Oh, and it's nighttime right now. So this guy being the stalker, he's going to be just like the rhino. I think he prefers spoiled meat, right? Let's also pick him up and throw him back out to make sure all the stats are updated correctly. And then also, for items that we're going to wear when we battle, I believe this is one of the guys that we had a, look at that, superiority medallion for. That's going to be all stat boosts that we get while we ride him. So that's going to be pretty crazy too. All right, so all this being said, let's pull him back out. Oh, I wish it wasn't raining. Why has it got to be dark and dreary? All right, let's get for him. Look at the food stat. Let's get a bunch of eggs. If you don't know, you can feed your dino. Elite eggs will 100% fill their food stat. Boom. All the way full. Beautiful. So next we got to level him up. But in his, right now we are looking at 9.5 billion health on a dung beetle. It is crazy town. Now, if we want to put the saddle on him, this is also going to increase our variant stat multiplier by 200%. That means every stat, I believe, is going to be boosted by 200% with this saddle. It's going to become Colossus. Boom. Is he going to wander around? Yeah, but he's going to wander. But look at that boost. It now has 28.4 billion health when I wear that saddle with him. So it's going to be pretty cool. I'm going to take it off, though, for now, because this is going to be our bossing saddle. Let's pick him back up. That's going to be, that will be the main saddle that we wear with him. Let's turn him off of aggressive. All right, put that back into him. Why don't we put on it? Oh, it's actually kind of nice that it's raining. All right, let's put this on so that we can go and fly down. So kind of cool, flying dung beetle. So on demand, I can make him a flyer. But, oh, you know what? I forgot something. All right, we got our teleport spot. Let's go DMAC base. Now that we have a dung beetle to ride, because we did not have one to ride to begin with, I now can eat all the while riding quests. These are all the ones that I had. Let's get these all out and eat as many as we can, because we are going to go on a killing spree and we want to get rewarded for it. This is another thing that with this table, I can't just say pull all, because it won't specify just the ones I chose. All right, those are all the while riding, but that's not the, I got to split it again. Come on, game. It's, put them all into there now. Now we want the ones that are just for stat potions, not the Paragon ones. So these are all while riding a dung beetle. And the reward will be stat potions. Because we don't need Paragon ones. We've got so many dung beetle Paragons already. All right, beautiful. Let's just eat them. We may not have enough space for them all. We'll find out. We max out, or is that a lag spike? Lag spike. All right, nice. We could eat them all. All right, we're going to switch now off the flying saddle because we can teleport back in. We're going to go to the reactive saddle. So now it is a reactive type, and it is raining right now, so that means we just got to walk around and it will kill stuff. Now again, this saddle is just for, well, I'm trying to get as many kills as fast as possible. Off the bat, 400, and this guy is more, I think, melee oriented. Oh, he's stuck. It does that sometimes. We good? We good? Okay. I think I'm bumping into something. Come on, buddy. It's funny how you ride the dung beetles crooked. Oh, this guy's gonna have big dodge. All right, let's try when I hit something. Oh, that was on a wood guy too. All right, so while it's raining, let's rush to get as many guys off as we possibly can. Killer Clown, thank you for the raid, my friend, and welcome, raiders. We are right now testing out for the very first time our brand new monster dung beetle, which possibility it could be one of the strongest creatures in the mod. Funny enough. But we're playing Arc Omega Ascended. But what were you doing, Killer Clown? And could I get one of the mods to give Killer Clown a shout out in the chat? Thank you, Life. What's up, buddy? What were you playing today? So we are, like I said, right now, this is our very first ride around on our new dung beetle. This is a project that we have been working on for, crap, all week. Finally, the fruits of our labor. So it is not just a normal dung beetle. It is the unique dung beetle that is called Silence. It is at Endless. We just finished pumping in all the stat potions that we had for it. So we have pre-tame, mutations, and level up points, all at 254. Yes, this is part of this mod. It is insane. And then we're wearing right now a saddle that gives us reactive variant, which, let me turn this crap off, which is making it so when I get wet, it puts off this radioactive cloud, and that's what's doing the damage to everything that I walk by right now. Now, the reason we're doing this is, A, so I can get, this is a brand new guy, I just hatched him out this morning, to get his normal Arc XP up, as well as in this mod, based on the number of things that you kill in the wild, your guy gets more and more powerful. So we actually have a long way to go. Let's actually see. So the things I've already completed, we put in raw Paragon Souls. I've killed so far 41 dinos with it. Once I hit 100, he'll get 100% stat boost and everything. And I have to kill with this guy 51,000 guys in total to max that out. I gotta fight bosses with him too. That's not there yet. I gotta fight the strongest dino in the wild. They're also very hard to find. I gotta get same species kills, 1,900 of them. I gotta kill same or greater shard value. That's basically like creatures of the same size, the same class verification, which is basically everything because we're a dung beetle. And then we already did the breeding. This took us, you know, a couple days to do. And then I boosted those in, and then we just finished putting all of our potions in. So, long progress. But what game were you playing? Killer Clown? Are you doing Ark as well? Or one of the peeps from his live stream? Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Now, also, right now, the reason we have this night vision is one of my abilities is part of the nightmare tier. So we get, like, this vampire vision during the night. That's what's going on right now. And it makes it so that you can, you know, see all, like, living life forms. It's pretty cool. Like, it looks funny at first, but... do I get the magic find? Yeah, anything gives me magic find. I mean, based on my armor, as long as I'm wearing, I have a full, I have full over easy. So if you have that, normally you only get 10% of your magic find while mounted. But if you have the over easy set on, you get 100%. That's why I always wear that set that has the stinky stuff. And everything that's green is dead. Can I harvest stuff? That's the first time I pressed left click on this guy. Or maybe, no, it's the second. It's second. Once the rain stops, this saddle's only going to work if I swim around in the water. Yeah, of course you do. Magic find's like one of the most important things. I still have to work on more magic finds, and hell, my magic find stat right now on this guy, let's see, imbues. While riding this guy, I have 514 already, and I need to be higher. So if you're not already at that, you're falling behind, my friend. What Magic Find does, if you don't know, is it makes the loot drops. It makes the rare things drop more often. Yeah, you might as well be at 0, Derek. I tried telling you this a while ago, but you must not have listened. So you're going to want to curse your charm is the first thing to do. That's why I left that vault of charms out, so you guys would have enough, because it's not a guarantee that it works every time. And by the way, too, guys, this is a community server. This is my fan server that I'm playing on. All are welcome. Just head on over to the Discord to request whitelist if you would like to play as well. I cannot do my React stuff. Doesn't work on other React guys. That guy was the same type. Also, guys, if you're watching on YouTube, please do not forget to slam that thumbs up button. It helps me out oh so much. If you're new to the channel or you haven't yet, please do not forget to subscribe. And also make sure to head on over to Twitch and drop me a follow there as well. And vice versa. Alright, so we have already got two levels, I think, from killing these guys. 2 Paragon levels. How are we doing on... Alright, so we're at 60 so far. Let's pile it all into movement speed. Why? Because every other stat we already have maxed. It's the only place I can put it. Didn't I turn harvest off? Let me double check. Yep. I wish you could toggle harvest while mounted. I always thought that was stupid. Much better as we get movement speed going. So, once we get this guy's XP up and we've gotten a couple of kills, we're going to actually start bossing with him. And that's where it's going to get really fun. Dude, did you see that guy holding the snail? It's hilarious. In fact, I wanted to see if we can get this guy strong enough. I don't know if he's going to be there today, but I was hoping that maybe I could, if he's as good as people have told me that it should be, actually do the lucky bosses with him. The Mammoth, I don't know. I don't know. The Mammoth's probably still going to be stronger, but we shall see. That would be pretty exciting if this guy actually could do the lucky even at like Paragon 40 something. It's funny. I really like the vampire vision. It's a little off-putting at first, but once you start getting used to it, it is so helpful and handy. And then once it goes away, you're like, ah, where's all the dinos? It's a really interesting idea, though. I love seeing the capros holding the snails. They're so funny. Now we also have to finish. This guy's not going to be at his full capacity until we get an actual Anubis saddle. We just have the saddle token one that we can't upgrade or put. We cannot imbue. Alright, it is now daytime. It's still raining, so we still get to have the reactive everywhere. As soon as that rain stops, it's going to go away. And hopefully, I haven't actually swam with this guy yet. Hopefully, he's a good swimmer. Because then we'll be able to swim around and do this. Isn't it goofy, though? Who would have even thought to use a dung beetle? So basically, with this mod, the weaker the dino is to start with, the better upgrade items the mod author allows. So basically, the crappier the dino to begin with, the better upgraded saddles and stuff you're going to get. So this guy's saddle put on anything else is like absurdly good. So it makes up for the fact that we're just a dung beetle. Once it stops raining, I'm going to show you guys this guy's special ability. It's just, you have to be up close and personal. And everything's going to die to the radiation before I can get to him to bite him. It seems like he's going to be a pretty good swimmer. He also, I think I got, what the hell? Excuse me, what happened? Okay, I was stuck for a second. I think this guy can harvest. Yeah, he's an awesome swimmer. Oh, this is cool. This is going to make leveling him up go way faster. Oh, and I was going to check what this guy's actual Paragon shard value is, so we know how big a creature's to focus on. So dinos, dung beetle is, dude, 1. So that's basically, we're at the lowest shard value. So that means that even a dodo, let's see, so a snail, that's shard value 3. What about a dodo? A dodo, shard value 1. So literally, what about a fish? Shard value. So we're like, literally everything I kill gives me shard value. So that's also is going to make it leveling this guy up way faster, and I can just get anything. So probably the hardest one is going to be getting other dung beetles. And that's not going to be hard. So this is the other advantage of a lot of people, you know, will want to focus and be like, I want to do the bosses. I want to do, you know, a Rex or a Giga or a Karcha. And they don't realize, well, you can do those, but I'm going to be able to get this guy, you know, crazy high Paragon value, like super duper quick. So it does not take a long time to level them up to the point at which you can fight bosses, and then their saddle is going to be absurdly better as well than that of, you know, a larger creature, because he's in the smallest, the worst shard group. You know, he's 1. So I'm expecting good things. And also, unlike some of the other lower guys, this guy actually kind of hauls ass. Like, it is not annoying to go out on. You know, he moves quite quick. You know, I prefer it over a dodo or I prefer it over the, you know, it's faster than the penguin. You know, of course, we have the really good saddle for the penguin, so that makes up for it, but you get the point I'm making. It's actually a pretty cool creature, just by itself. And what's up, Casey? Kind of cool if instead of the same or greater shard value, if he just had shard value in general, so that if you killed higher shard value things, it would count for, like, multiple kills. It would also be neat. That, or if he made the tier of the dino matter. So, like, killing, sort of like when you put in the egg machine or the resource machine. You know, the tier gives you, you know, bonus. I mean, look at that. We've already gone up 4. We've been going out in the sky for, what, 10 minutes? Is that? Already 4 shards, or paragons up. As soon as it stops raining... I should be doing... We should go and do the miracles now. Because we don't have our maximum drop rate. Oh, does this guy not swim? Wait, what the hell's going on? He sank here. This is super weird. He was swimming before. Now he's run... This is so bizarre. What the crap? He just took crazy fall damage. What the hell? I'm super confused as to why he would swim before, but now he sinks. That's really weird. What the? I know, right? Where should we go? What's up, federal fence? All right. You okay, buddy? What's going on? I think he gets a little goofed up sometimes. Kitty Slayer. He's actually not, like, I'm enjoying, like, just the feel of him running around. It is not very janky like most of the other tiny, normally unrideable creatures. I think it is super cool. We learned he definitely takes a lot of fall damage, though, so let's not. You also get a little goof sometimes. Yeah, it happens to the best of us. I'm loving this rain, but I think it's coming to an end. I still hear the rain, but I don't think it's raining no more. Alright, shall we try... Oh, wait. Is the rain back? Oh, it's still going. Ooh. It's for another dragonfly. Damn you, dragonfly. I got excited. I thought that was for the Dinosuchus. Where the hell did he go? Where'd the saddle one go? Am I going to be a swimmer now? Dude, he walks on the grounds here, too. This is super weird. I don't know how I got him to swim before, and now he doesn't swim. Can I say, Federal, when you're hot, you're hot. But let's keep it to in video games. Do they normally sink? So was that just like a bug that I swam before? That's super weird. I was definitely swimming before, like 100%. I was talking about how well he swam. Can't dung beetles fly, though? Do you think dung beetles can fly? I feel like they're a flying bug. Damn, you are really a like dung beetle aficionado. Yeah, he definitely, I feel like, can't swim now. I think he can. I think he can fly. Like, I think this dung beetle can fly. Alright, let's try it. Come on, dung beetle, fly for us. Fly. I know you can fly, bro. I know. I got a feeling. I got a feeling. You gonna fly? Oh, I told you! I freaking told you. Dung beetles do fly. Yep. Yep. Told you. This must have been one of them species that fly. I never said he was a good flyer. I just said he could fly. Oh, man. I'll be right back, guys. I got to take a whiz. I was hoping to wait until it stopped raining, but it just don't want to stop. It's still raining. Oh my god. Alright, back to the radiation saddle. We gotta take advantage of this while we can. Oh, he's a reactive one. I don't affect him. So we've got now 6 levels, 6 Paragon levels, just from what we've done since it's been raining. It's crazy. $131 million on a normal bite without our boosted saddle. It's getting better. I can't believe a snail is a Paragon 3. And I'm only a Paragon 1. What the hell? Dung beetles, rise up. Not fair. I'm so much better than a snail. Alright, let's go into the desert so that we can start getting other dung beetle kills. While it's still raining. I gotta say, Slither, I don't think the density thing's actually working. I don't think the boost, because what you'd see, especially at what you boosted it at, you should never see single spawns. It should always be 2 of the same creature together. I'm not going to judge it yet, but I'm just saying, from what I've seen, the swamp seemed about the same. And I'm seeing a lot of lone creatures. No, you don't have to do anything. I was just saying it would be nice if that worked. I feel like there should be a code to do that. You know, we might just not know. It's also possible that like they cap the max like spawns early on this map. Oh, it's another reactive guy. All right, I'm going to try my, he's not going to die to my reactive, so I'm going to try this. $390 million, that's a pretty big boost. And then, and that's, wasn't even from, the I didn't even get to do the stalker part of it yet. Yeah, I think this guy's going to be pretty cool. I kind of don't like... Oh, no. That's because my stamina ran out. Dude, the reactive got a bonus from the stalker. That's interesting. I was not expecting that. Gigas are there. No, we're not adding spawns in. If I find out anybody adds spawns in other than how it is, get in the boot. At some point, we will likely add aberration where you can piggyback gigas, or on another map that you can. Nice, Martin. Were you the one that was crashing yesterday from it? So just making your time longer, hopefully fixed it. What had it been set at? I think you said like 5, which that's like 5, what, seconds? That seems kind of weird. I think 150 is the standard. What's up, dog of hell? How are you doing? You're trying to learn Omega? Nice. I'm gonna have to get more spoiled meat. This guy's a hungry dude. Are you playing with us, dog? On this server? Or on one of our servers? Or are you playing somewhere else or by yourself? I still learn something new every day when I play. $60 seconds? Or 60 minutes. So, the fewer people that are playing, the longer you're going to want to have it, because it's a pain in the ass to keep up if you're the only one doing it. See, when you're playing on a, oh, it's a mini boss shit. When you're playing on a server with a lot of people, the mod generally, you know, it always has miracles running. You know, because there's going to be someone, you know, there's always other people that are keeping it running. So when you're playing, it's pretty rough if you have to play the game from the beginning with no miracles until you're good enough to do it, and then they're extremely hard to get the good ones solo. You have to be, you know, pretty far into the game to get that to happen. And then if you then have to keep them running too, it's a lot. And I never had felt that it was like that crazy until I talked with people that are, you know, play on the official servers, and they were the ones that were like, oh, you should probably boost that. 300 might be high. I wasn't actually expecting it to go as high as that when I said it. But it's fine. It doesn't really matter. The annoying thing is every time the server restarts, you gotta do them again. So it's nice to only have to do them once per, you know, playthrough, more or less, once per day. All right, did the rain stop? Nope, still hasn't stopped yet. My God, it rains forever. Are you trying to play? Oh, that would have been cool to tame. On the official Omega server, and as well as here, we play with keep your items on death. Specifically because that's how on the official Omega server, that's something they do. So why should we make it harder than what they do? So that is not built in. I mean, that is not built into the mod. That is a separate mod. I'm trying to think, though. I think all the mods we use are the same as what they do on the official, more or less. I don't think we have anything that may... the only mod that we have, I think, that might be, you know, make it easier on here than the official is the glider wings. But that's not, like... I mean, it's pretty big. That's a quality of life thing. It doesn't, like, make the mod, like, that much easier. And they have glider wings. They're just not as good. Yeah, I mean, it kind of... I think a lot of people use it. Like, it's pretty normal. And I mean, considering how good everything is already, it's like, it's just a quality of life thing. It makes the on foot a lot nicer. But for any purist, that's probably the only thing that we have that you'd scoff at. Is that all you're worried about? Is the eggs? I thought it was... I'm sure we could make a deal with you where you could get the eggs done if you can prove that you've already done it recently. See, the other nice thing is, you know, if you could show that, you know, you've just done that, you know, they could just give you a bunch of kibble and you could just complete the Omega tier. And that's all you need, because the kibble's all backwards compatible. So, like, for me, I only craft ultimate unique kibble, or what is it, elite unique kibble. That's the only kibble I ever make, and I tame everything with it. Just so that way I only have to carry around ever one kibble. Well, you still gotta craft it, but I don't... So, I am being wasteful in that I'm spending more for things that don't require the higher tier, but I'm at the point in the game where, you know, the resources aren't a big deal, and I'd rather only have to deal with one kibble instead of having to carry around, you know, a cajillion different kibbles. But yeah, I still have to craft the kibble. But what you don't need is, you don't need any, so like all you need is, if you have elite of everything, then you can, you know, that's all you need, and that tames everything. Now, of course, to get there, you have to have done all the previous tiers, but on this server, let me see. I don't even have all the egg stuff done. Where is it? Eggs, eggs, eggs. Yeah, look at, I just have elites for everything in my egg machine. I don't do most of the other eggs because they're pointless. Oh, well, I had to do all the previous ones, but I never put them in my egg machine. I just went and I only put them into the machine once I got to elite. So I'd tame them, wait for them to lay an egg, tame the next one, wait for it to lay an egg, and I just did that, and I didn't start putting it in the egg machine until I got here. This way my egg machine only makes these. This is on this server, though. Oh, this is the third server that we've been playing on in the cluster. So by the time I got to this server, you know, I was already at elite. But what he's saying is he's playing this on single player and he's been playing along, but he hasn't, you know, but he's saying now I kind of regret that I didn't start on the server, but I'm already this far in, and you know, I kind of don't want to have to do it again for a second time. And what I said is, I'm sure if you can prove that that is the case and that you completed it, I'm sure, you know, we can do something so that it won't be as difficult for you to make the transition. This is what I was saying. What's up? My rebel. I'm trying to see. Oh, it's Fister. Is this your new name? I thought you had Mr. Fister as your name. Is this your alt account? Ha! We caught your alt account. Like, damn it. If you are in fact Mr. Fister, what game were you showing me last time when I raided you? You'll know this. There you go. All right. Hello, Mr. Fister. I believe you. You passed the security question. How dare you be so big? So what have you been up to? And what's up, Rip Pip? How you doing? Sorry I missed you before. I get to where the chat. I gotta customize the chat that I'm using because I'm using a bot since I'm using a chat that shows me YouTube and Twitch at the same time. But what it does is it makes everyone from YouTube their name blue, and then everyone from Twitch, it makes them purple. So what happens is if I'm just like glancing, usually you have the difference in color so that like I can at a glance see that it's a different person talking. And what will end up happening is somebody is like, yo, what's up? And like I'll miss it because I'm just like glancing real quick and it looks like it's the same person talking. Well, that's cool. You get to be outside, hopefully. I forgot. What state do you live in, Fister? Oh, okay. So right now I have a saddle on that gives me reactive. And I've specifically put this saddle on this guy because it's raining right now. And when it's raining, whenever I become wet, and I mean, I know I'm in the desert. It doesn't rain in the desert, but right now the effect of raining is going on. So I'm getting the reactive all the time. And I'm doing this so I can level the guy up faster. Because, you know, I can just walk by things and it kills him. Once the rain stops, the gravy train stops. So we just hatched this guy out today. So we're trying to get all of his like stuff leveled up as quick as possible. And right now, actually, I'm not doing a very good job of it, but I'm actually, the reason we're in the desert is I get extra bonus if I kill other dung beetles. Speaking of which, I got a need for speed. I have to say, though, it has been raining for almost half an hour. It's kind of nuts. It's kind of a lucky start for us. I'm in land tame. Dude, it's an ancient tier, though. What's up, Fire? Yeah, we still got a ways to go, guys. That's the Gorgon. I think it's 3 times the damage when they're frozen. Oh, I didn't freeze in that time. The stupid thing is this guy doesn't even give us anything cool if I defeat him. And since it's generic land tames and not specifically dung beetle or what I am, I'm not really benefiting. This should, though, max out our any XP that we have. Gotta wait for my stamina to be full. Yes. This guy also gains resistance against us. See how each hit it's getting less and less. He buffed this. It used to say gains resistance to the last damage type taken. So if you switched it up, it would reset, I think. But now it says that it's to all sources. Assuming that it actually works the way that it says, that it reads out. Go, go, go. What the hell? Why am I not fighting? I think he might have done control right when I did that, so I couldn't attack. Now I'm like permanently invisible. There used to be a bug that if you did this and then I dismounted, my player would be invisible too. It's nice that it's still raining though. I'm getting that residual damage. Let's try and freeze him. Can't find his hitbox. Now, of course, we're not wearing our Anubis saddle, the good one. The only reason I haven't put that on is I don't want the rampage to be stuck up on my screen. Yeah, isn't that kind of messed up what they did with Aquatica, Fister? They really made a mess of things. Like, do you think they just didn't, like, think about it at all? How it was going to affect mods? Or do you think they didn't care? Wait, the wildcard team didn't do it, though. They had no control over it. Yeah, Aquatica was released. Snail just went and released it without talking to Wildcard or anything. They just dropped it. They didn't, like, do anything. And it's just messed up, like, you know, because of that, it makes, you know, Wildcard makes no money off of it. Yet they're stuck cleaning up the mess that Aquatica made to their game in the state that it was at. You know? And I mean, the people that worked on Aquatica could have communicated, or, you know, so they piggybacked off of all the stuff that Wildcard, you know, the game already had to make money directly, I think, for Snail to, you know, to go around Wildcard, and then Wildcard has to fix the mess. I'm pretty sure that's what's going on. That's how I understood it. That's why I haven't played it and don't support it. But I mean, what can they do? Wildcard is owned by Snail, you know? So it's like if they made too big of a fuss, they can, you know, they could be, I guess, shit-canned or something. I mean, really, in the end, it's just sad that Wildcard had to be bought off by Snail, you know, all because it was all due to that goddamn lawsuit. You know, the only way they could pay for fighting the lawsuit was to be bought out by Snail. Oh, this dates back to the beginning of Ark. So the Ark was an independent game originally. It was an indie game. And the people that I can't remember what game they took. Supposedly some of the code that they used or whatever, assets or something from Ark, or I really don't know, or maybe the talent they took, you know, they were working at another publisher on another game, and they went and started their own game, and the people that they had used to work for, like, you know, sued them. And the fact that Ark is still out, it sounds like it wasn't a, you know, that impressive of a lawsuit by any means. But the thing is, I think the other company knew that they could not afford to properly, you know, pay for, you know, their end, their lawyers, and, you know, it's expensive. So, I mean, it's really unfortunate the way the system works is companies with a lot more money can afford to do, you know, frivolous lawsuits or, you know, just to screw over the other company. And the only way, you know, they needed money. Otherwise, you know, they're going to lose. So to keep it up, they had to be bought out. Yeah, like, how stupid is that? They didn't take. There was a I mean, which is all bullshit. It's a people with a lot of money finding every way that they can steal from the little guy. That's what it is. It's no different than everything else in life. And it's the rich steal from the poor. That's how they get rich. No, exactly. And you know what? Pal World had to do something. I think Microsoft, they were getting help from, but I bet you they had to sell a portion of their company or something off to, or give rights to Microsoft or something like that. But I mean, it's dirty. You know, but they do it just to do it because they, you know, it's just shitty. But anyway, I think that a lot of, you know, once Wildcard no longer had full ownership of the company, you know, they kind of lose momentum and lose they're not as excited about the product as they once were. And they don't probably have the total final say on things, and I don't know, it just becomes crappier. I'll be right back, guys. I got to take a whiz. All right, later, Fister. Yeah, in general, I think, well, in some cases, non compete clauses, I think, are fair. I think in the vast majority of cases, it's really shouldn't be a thing. Oh, it finally stopped raining. All right, let's see how we're doing. Look at that. I did it so that the guy would be perfectly at 1,600 with a torpor of 1.3 billion. That's why the level matters. All right, so now let's switch up to the flying saddle since we don't get the reactive anymore. How many more dung beetles do we need to kill? Oh, we killed the wild omega. That's pretty fire. We've killed 19. We got to get 100, so we need 80 more dung beetles. But we can fly now, so we can move super fast. Sometimes he doesn't ride correctly. It drives me nuts. We don't have a big attack radius, unfortunately. All right, why don't we do a little test to see how hard this guy actually hits when we wear the good saddle. Oh, it's a mini boss, damn it. And those guys resist. I want to hit... The first thing, I want to hit something that doesn't resist. 28. Oh. That's not bad, guys. For just hatched them out today. That's pretty strong. Alright, let's try now. I don't want them. They're going to be mate boosted. Let's try somebody that's not mate boosted. Alright. 385 billion. 144 there. Oh my god, this thing's gonna be a monster. This thing's gonna be a monster. That's pretty strong. It's not our strongest creature yet, but we're also not as high Paragon level. That's pretty good. I'm willing to bet this is already higher than what most people's dino tames are. And we were able to get this guy to this point. It took more than one day, because to get all the potions and crap. We're just using a saddle token. It's not bad. Yeah, Indestructus sucks. Saddle token. Do you have anything that hits that hard now, Derek? Now, once we actually get the legit saddle that I can imbue, we'll be able to... I should be able to roll at least a 50. Either melee or ability, no problem. I'll probably get much higher than that. It's pretty impressive. See, what Paragon level are we up to? So we're getting pretty high though. We're almost at 50. So I will be honest, I was hoping it would hit even harder than this. But again, as I said, we don't have an imbued saddle. It's going to be pretty good. And I'm not entirely sure what it looks like, because everything we're one-shot killing, our abilities should, you know, when I get my rampage up, it's going to be hitting harder. Is rampage bugged right now, by the way, guys? What is up with that? Why does it not go up? Is it going up and just not showing properly, or is it totally not working? Because that actually is will make a huge difference. I'm trying to ask someone that actually knows. So I'm sure it's been brought up on the Omega site. Like if it's a known bug or if it's just a visual thing. It's everything that I've gotten permanent rampage, or maybe I'm already at the top because it's permanent. I don't know. But it does this for all my permanent rampage dudes. Look at Vulture under the ground. What's up, Narc? I think so. I not at first, but I think I like Ascended better now. And I think Ascended will just get better too with time. Looks like it's already known that it's bugged. Does it say what the bug is? Whether it's just visual or if it actually is in fact not working. Okay, so it's not working. Okay, so that's a positive thing, because that means it's likely going to get, hopefully in the next update, fixed, if it's already known. And it will hopefully become way even more powerful. Okay, Derek, I didn't know either. You thought what was the armor? You thought Rampage was armor? No, it's attack. My attack should be boosting. I'm pretty sure that's all it does. Gotcha. But that is absolutely not what we're talking about. We're talking about unique permanent saddles that have permanent rampage. There's a couple of them that I have that. Oh, that's a person. Hello, bro. Yeah, it is. And what's even more annoying is that it doesn't go away until I log. But it's a really good ability once it's working. Oof. Let's go do miracles. I wanted to use this guy against the miracle boss, but... And I think he can do it, but it's going to be a lot quicker with the mammoth, so... But I really should, if I'm going to be farming, we need to get those up and running. Because we're not getting the maximum drops we would. Let me just make sure nobody did them already. Thanks, Bae. Yeah, we need to get them going. You know what's cool, though? Since we've been running around doing this, we had ate most all of our dung beetle quests. Oh my god, mouse, come on. Look at all the dung beetle quests we just completed. Those are the ones I ate right before I left my base. It's going to be enough to do a second dung beetle. look at that vulture way down there. You know what? This wouldn't be a bad... Hold on. Remember Viking Bay? Do I see a whole bunch of dinos? Oh, do you know what's another thing, by the way, that somebody was telling me? Possibly that could be an issue? Supposedly, you know the glider wings? They get stacked buffs over time from our glider wings. If there's somebody that's been on the server, just logged out and never taken off their glider wings ever, they could have thousands of, at this point, glider wing buffs. So what we need to do is, I don't know who the people are that live in this house over here, and then there's another house over here. One of the mods needs to inspect them, and you should be able to just look at them with your spyglass to see if they are one of the people that have like a shit ton of glider wing buffs on their profile. And if they do, we need to contact them, and all they have to do is take off the glider wings. But their player might need to die. Yeah, that would be nice. I'm not saying that is what the problem is, and to be honest, I'm going to say it probably isn't. But that has been a known potential issue for server issues. So, like, if there's people that haven't played for a while, they need to take off their glider wings. Because I think what ends up happening is every time they get rendered in, it adds the buff, and the buff never goes away, and it's just like, it can get up to, like, be in the thousands, if not beyond that. And it's just like one more active thing that the server has to run. And someone actually pointed this out to me, and I only noticed it because I was going through old DMs. And it was one of the people that lived around here. Oh, shit. I forgot he's uncontrollable when I dismount him. They're substantially harder than the previous boss. When they hit you on, unless you like seriously resist, they hit for like 1 billion per hit. Certain aspects are harder than others. Look at my server ping right now. Take off your spyglass, bro. I took it off a while ago. There we go. And then instantly ping's fixed. I do think there's some insane overspawn over here, Slither. I could not find it for the life of me, but there definitely is. I also found there was these weird, like, fireballs at the bottom of the world. I didn't know what they were. It was super bizarre, though. All right, I'm going to have to relog in a second anyway, so why don't we go into admin mode? Just to look at some stuff. All right. Who is this? Buddy. Look at that. So I'm not saying this is the only thing, but this is something that adds up to everything else. So I don't know if I think they have to be killed. I don't know what happens though. If I red gun him, well, all this stuff should. See, this is the thing though, is that because of the vacuum voids, I don't know if that will pick up his bag. And then if he has stuff on like auto grind, it could auto grind some of his stuff. But, you know, like I said, that's one person. There's more people that aren't super active that live around here. See, yet another. That's two people with insane glider wing buffs. That are right around the problem area. All right, he's okay. He's okay. See, what I'm scared about is if someone like did that breeding the way they're not supposed to do, clumping everybody together, that does cause dinos to glitch into the world And then if they're still on breeding, then they lay eggs, and the eggs fall under the world. And if they happen to hatch, but yeah, I'm getting, this is where the real problem area is more so. I mean, it is right by the two people that have buffs. And I mean, it's just, it's, I don't know if maybe the spyglass is outlining the players and that's like activating the buffs to like go off. So just something to be aware of, and you know, for any players that are not active. You know, to just pay attention to. All right. Of course I do. Don't you? Should have 1,000,000 of them. Which saddle's the good one? I know you're breeding trilobites. Are you looking for this, or are you just asking if I have it? Oh, we got some more saddles. Fine bender. 600% increased attack radius. 50% cooldown, can be shoulder mounted. Interesting. Starfire, Blizzard. 200% increased variant stat multiplier. Reduce cooldown. Soldier of the Night. Gains Ghost. 500 melee, 500 ability. That's not bad. Another permanent reactive Carno saddle. That's probably better than the one we have. Ascendant Tooth Saber. 450 melee, 300 ability, 50% damage reduction. Permanent, I'm going to guess that's Rampage. Saddle's always cursed. We got random variant. I do damage, I swear. 200% increased melee, 300 increased ability, 250 attack radius. That could be interesting. Immune to impulse damage, passively taunts enemies. We've got a bunch of this one. That's for Piranha. Oh, we got the Jerboa saddle. All you need. Let's go. This is the one that Maddox always used on his Jerboa. That's cool. Gains dimensional, barrage, windburst. If Tsunami, this one looked interesting. If Tsunami, 900% increased ability damage. If Tsunami, 400% increased variant stat multiplier. And yeah, this could be really powerful. Lucky Sheep gains detonate variant, gains soul variant, 260 increased movement speed, 300 increased magic find when ridden. This is probably pretty good. That's cool. I think I'll have to check which ones I have. I just recently tamed a few. Do you already have them done, or you just have them in general? And what's the trilobite saddle? Hey, thanks for the follow, DJ. Oh, Roomba. Yeah, I have a bunch of Roombas. Gains Colossus, 250 increased melee damage, 500% increased attack radius, 100% movement speed, and then, yeah, that's step height. That's going to be nice. That's cool. There's a bunch of other ones I have too. I went and I put all my saddles in alphabetical order, and then I regret doing that because now I can't. I was hoping it was going to do it by Dino, but it's by name of the saddle. So I got to reorganize. There's way too many ones that I just don't know what they are. But I had I think a couple of different trilobite ones. I get those a lot. Let's see. Over easy helmet, over easy chest piece. What the? That's my medallion. I've been wearing the, oh, that got sent back to the base. I must have sent it back by mistake. I relogged already, right? Anubis. All right. It's time to do them miracles. Bay's been waiting so patiently here. All right, so we're still. I was hoping to use our dung beetle for this, but I think it's going to take too long. We got to level them up higher. Bulldog. You and you. All right, it's a super easy saddle to farm for. Like, I really think you'd get it pretty quick. There's a crap ton of dung beetles on your map. I mean, not dung beetles, trilobites. But yeah, I'll talk to you in the morning or something early on. I gotta look through to see what I need. Although I'm trying not to. I was telling you, I'm trying to do it to where I try and get the saddles myself. I'm not saying I wouldn't trade mine. I'm just saying I don't know that I'd want a saddle back in return. Crap, we used up all of our things. Alright, I gotta figure out which one. I think this is the soul compressor that has them. I didn't unlock it, did I? Alright, let's grab our things out. I hope I have them all. Yep. It makes it easier for me if I have this whole line done up, because then I can visually see how much of each soul I have. Perfect. All right, Paragon, Miracle. All right, so that should be all of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep. Beautiful. It's your outline's fine for me, Bay. I think it's just a bug. What's up, Michael? I'm doing good today. Thanks for asking. What the hell's going on? It had to have already summoned. What? Did I go too far away? What the hell happened? I swore I hit it. Did I just throw him in and run away? What's up, Squid? How's it going? You used to watch my watch me a whole lot when you're younger. Nice, dude. I'm glad you found your way back. This goes so fast now. That lamprey was definitely the best thing we have done yet. And here's the cool thing. There's a possibility that the lamprey will attack on my shoulder when I'm on the dung beetle because it's so much smaller. In fact, I'd say that's a good possibility. One down. That wasn't too bad. All right, so what we're doing right now is, if you don't know Omega, we are taking on the lucky, the highest tier lucky miracle boss that you can do, which makes server-wide miracles happen, which means the Dino level will be higher, rare drops will drop more often, stuff like that. The purple thing I press in my inventory? Are you talking about the cloud storage? The thing that clears my inventory when I press it? There's a button that I press. It looks like a recycle thing. That's purple or pink. What it does is it sends everything back to all the items. Like basically everything in my inventory that's not in a folder, it sends it back to my base. Because they have auto sorting in this mod. But then they also have cloud storage, so I can hold stuff in a virtual cloud. God, that's so quick now. So this thing you're talking about right here, dimensional sort inventory. This button triggers the void vacuum effect on your current inventory. So it sends... They have items called void vacuums that normally it picks up everything on the ground and then it pulls it into an inventory and then it sends everything to all your soul compressors and all your storage boxes back at the base. So anything that's not, I can have this here, and it's in this folder. It won't get sorted, but everything in the main inventory just, boom, it sends back to the base. Then there's also these buttons. This is the clouds. You have a personal cloud and a tribe cloud. Tribe cloud. So in this, if I press this button, it will send everything into the cloud. That, not everything, but most things will go into the cloud. And then when I want to pull it out, I can just click this and see it has, I can just pull it right there, and it makes, basically, you have infinite inventory, more or less. And then there's a tribe one if you want to share with other people that are in your tribe. So you can have, like, your base resources held here, and then that way you can pull them out as you go. And then here I can use this button to repair from the cloud, to craft items. It will pull it from that cloud. So it's kind of neat. It's the only mod that I've ever seen that has that. And I like it. And then for the storages that it only sends it to the storages that are part of the mod. It's super easy, the sorting. It's literally, you put stuff in the box. It's got 1,000 slots, and you just put whatever you want in it, and then there's a button, you just say, store the items in here, and it just remembers it forever. They're also, the boxes are refrigerated, too, even without power. So it's super nice. Now there's a couple of things that you have to set up. Bay, wait till attack him until he gets closer, because you're gonna stone him. Wait till he gets up to us. God, it just melts now. Now what we're doing here, I have an absorbent guy that puts up that bubble, and anybody in the bubble, what it does is it redirects all the damage back to the bubble guy. So our poor little parasaur there is taking all the damage that both me and Bay are taking. So we're taking no damage because we're in the bubble, and it's taking all the damage. So because of that, you could even go on foot in here and fight this guy on foot as long as you're inside of the bubble. Yeah, he keeps getting... So this boss does massive torpor. I don't need to be in the bubble. I'm just standing back here because I want him to get pulled to bay. He keeps getting knocked out, but he has 374 billion health. And on top of that, the saddle gives 75% damage reduction. And then on top of that, he is a soul type, so he's got like 80 or 90% dodge chance. So only like 1 out of 10 hits or something's actually hitting him. It's really cool. But that is the absorb type. Now, here's the thing, is that in order to keep the bubble up, he's constantly draining stamina. And if his stamina drains all the way, the bubble goes down. So in order to keep him both healthy and the bubble to be up permanently, you then also need to either have a player constantly feeding him stamina and health potions, or what's easier is I have a bulldog on my shoulder right now that is a potion type. And its job is just to feed potions to all the dinos within a certain, like, radius. Hey, Angel Kent, shout out. How you doing? So it's kind of neat, this mod, the synergies that you can get. Now, if you notice, I'm attacking this guy. This guy also has major dodge and major resistance. So, like, this would take me, like, 2 hours to kill him if I was by myself. But that little eel dude, the lamprey, has got a special saddle that gives him the abilities that you're seeing in the buffs. And when disruption's up, it makes him so that the sheep doesn't dodge me anymore. And then the element sickness takes away his resistance, and then the banshee curses are just more additional debuffs. So I hit him harder while those are all up. So it's making a boss that would take like 2 hours to kill. Because of our synergy we have here, we're able to get him done in like a minute or two. And, you know, there's dozens of different ways of doing this, but this is just the setup that we have. Hey, what's up, Crafter Realms? Right now I'm doing a streaming series. We're on episode 80 today of it. So that's why I don't have enough time to make videos and live stream at the same time. So once I'm done with this stream series, I'll go back to doing a video series. But all of the streams do show up on my YouTube channel under the Lives tab as videos. But I haven't learned how to clone myself yet, so that's why. Once my clone finally comes back from the clone store, we might get those. Yeah. Minecraft. Did you watch, by the way, when I just recently uploaded, like, it's almost a year by now, but I added more Minecraft episodes to my original series? Did you notice that? If you didn't, make sure to check it out, because it's really cool. But, I'm just waiting for the next major update. Has a big Minecraft update come out yet? I kind of running out of stuff to do. Plus, I wasn't getting enough views on it, unfortunately. But, I do plan to, like, the world's going to be ongoing. I hope to keep it going forever. You're following it, yeah, that takes a lot of time. It would take me several days to make one of those videos. And then it would, half the time, not even get 1,000 views. So it's just, it wasn't, like, it's my baby. I'm going to keep going with it. But it just wasn't worth, right now, the time. So I wanted to let it sort of build up. And I'll start to, you know, I'll trickle stuff in there here and there. Yeah, I'd like to join a group again. I wanted to get back in Hermitcraft, but I'll ask them again, but I don't think they're going to say yes. Oh, not quests. Miracles. All right. So we have max Dino level now. We have unique Dino spawn rate, max beacon Dino level, unique saddle drop rate, token. I think we have them all. Affinity drop rate, quest scroll, Paragon 2, piggyback. And all of them are the new timers too. Yeah, I think there's, I can't see any that we're missing that are important. I think we're good. So I'll look into that. I kind of don't know what I'm doing right now, I'll be honest. Right now, I'm just flying by the seat of my pants. Thank you, Bay. Good job as always. All right, let's give this back to the mammoth. I wonder if I should just store him in the mammoth. Just be easier. Is there anything else I'm forgetting here? I think we're good. It's great to see you now. You've been a fan since you were a kid. Oh, that's awesome. Thank you, Angel. All right. Let's get back to... I'm going to go around since we just got the miracles done. Let's go... No, I'm looking in the wrong thing. Let's go out on the jellyfish for a little while. See, farm for that dung beetle saddle. It would be nice if the dung beetle had a good farming saddle, too. But it not much compares to this guy. This guy, the penguin. Necron! What's up? You playing today, Necron? What I really need to do is farm for that over easy saddle, or the over easy token. I still have not got that yet. Although, do you know what I would prefer, what I would want most of all, even more so than the over easy legendary, is getting a Unity medallion that has over easy on everything but fellowship on the boots. That would be kind of nice. And then I'd just wear over easy boots. I guess the legendary would be fine. Then I could just wear fellowship boots too. That could work as well. But that would be another one that's nice. Of course you play. What's up, Hunt? You're wondering if you can show you how to spawn dinos in Omega Beacon? Yeah, sure. Are you what dino are you looking for? Are you trying to do the like an elite dino? Or are you trying to do a boss dino? Are you playing on the server, by the way? Or are you playing by yourself? Okay. So... there's 3 different things that you can spawn. These are the... for you. Mostly it's for bosses of what you would use these for. But they can also be used in other ways. So this is the first one. This is called the Omega Beacon. So the Omega Beacon, I don't think this is unlocked right away. I think you have to kill an elite dino before you get it. I forget.
Or a prime dino.
You slap that down, and it has 2 different slots. And basically, with this one, you can put you can do a couple of different things. So if you put in souls into it, you can just I press T. I don't know if you're playing on PC or not, but I just T'd in, and that puts it to the full amount. That's going to summon in a boss. It's going to be a random boss from whatever variant type I put in. So I put in Lucky. That's going to do a Lucky boss. I don't know which one's going to be. It's going to be at random which one comes out. Now, if you want to specify further and say, no, I want, this one particular one in that variant, then let me go back to my base and get something else. You can combine it with something else. You can combine it with a variant soul, and then that will guarantee you get exactly what you want. So the variant souls, the only thing that that's you get one of these if whenever you kill a guy that's prime or higher, they drop a variant soul. And the only things you can do with the variant souls are you can grind them for a single soul shard, or you can put them in the trophy slot. You have to do it here first. You put it in the trophy slot, and that will guarantee whatever I have come out of here, it's going to guarantee it is that specific one. So in this case, Colossus. Now, another thing that's interesting that a lot of people don't realize is that if you use a variant soul, you don't have to use the same type of soul here. You can use any one you want. Doesn't matter. So I'd put in, if I want to do the Colossus boss, I'd put in 100 souls. Lucky is not what you want to use. You need to save your lucky ones. Those are very special. for later in the game, but let's grab something that is totally different. So I can put any generic soul I want in there as long as I have the variant. I can then choose whatever I want to fight. And summon. And that's going to guarantee right now I'm going to get a Colossus boss that's going to come out of that. And boom, Colossus boss. Now, if you have a lot of souls and it doesn't matter, you don't have to spend the variant paragon on summoning them. You can just keep throwing in. In this case, it matters which one you put in. Keep throwing in a bunch of that, and you just have to wait until you get lucky and you get the one that you want. Now, another thing you can do is I can put in a variant soul, and I can put in 99, and I can go, boom, and this is going to guarantee I get a Dino, and it's still RNG, but it's the highest chance of being an elite without being a boss, because if you put in 100, it'll be a boss. So if you do 99... Where the hell is he? It worked, right? Oh, okay. Maybe it does matter here. Let's try the lucky and see what happens. Okay, the nightmare ones can only be done at night, so it just didn't... The game didn't shit. Did I do 100 or I do 99? Okay, look at that. So I just got an elite Colossus guy that I can tame that just spawned in from that. And that's kind of cool. I'm going to tame that. Kind of cool. Yeah, dimensional. So what I pulled from was my cloud storage. I guess, I don't know what they call it. It's this thing. So this is not pulling from any box anywhere. This is certain items that oh shit, that's supposed to go in my mammoth. It's bugged right now that when I press this to upload it back, it pulls from the folder that it's not supposed to. That's meant to go in there anyway. All right. So things that I need on the go, I just always leave in my dimensional, or in my. It's called the quantum compressed personal. So I can go here, and then these are things that I like to have on the go with me. So I just I leave them in here. You could put everything in here. I just don't want to spam it with too much. And then I put in the tribe. So this is the personal upload and then download from the personal. This is the tribe. Because I'm the only person in my tribe, I essentially have 2 cloud storages that are different. And this one, I have like excess resources that it's just too much to hold at my base. But I could put everything, every resource I have, you know, and then you can use these buttons this would pull items to craft something from these cloud storages, this to repair from those cloud storages. Now, for the most part, though, I don't use those. I just personally prefer, I like having stuff. I'm old school. I like having stuff in boxes. So let's go back. Was that enough for the boss thing to show you? There's 2 more of them. So that's more or less what this does. If you put in just the halo-looking souls in here, you put in 100, it does a boss. You put in 99, it's going to be RNG, most likely an elite. If it's not an elite, it'll probably be an alpha. If you put in 80, you know, put in 10 less, it's going to be more likely an alpha. You could, I think 10 is the minimum. Let me see. This is also, if you have these souls, it's a good way to do your kibble farm quickly. So let's see. All right, so if I put in 50, that's going to be probably a gamma that comes in. If I did, I think it goes by 10s. Yeah, so wait, was 5 the minimum? No, it's 10. So if I did this, this is going to be, I'm probably going to get a basic dino that spawns. And then just the more you up it, somewhere between there and higher. Now, it is hypothetically possible you could maybe get a higher tier than what you're paying for, but you know, so it's just RNG chance, and it'll spawn stuff in. So that's kind of cool, and it will be based on that. And then once you hit 100, it's a boss. Then this thing, this only does bosses. The Gauntlet Beacon, this will unlock after beating one of the bosses. The point of this is that if you want to summon a lot of bosses at once, it's super annoying to have to do this, wait 10 seconds, do this, wait 10 seconds. Because in this mod, you may want to fight 100,000 bosses in a row at 1 second interval spawns. And that's how you, like, farm later game. So, in that case, you'd use this. You can go change the timer, the interval, how often it spawns. And like I said, it only does boss dinos. So you'd throw in, like, you know, 20,000 souls or 100,000 souls into here. And then, boom, just say, you could specify which souls you're using. If it's here, is if you're already using boss souls. You could also put in all the souls you have and just say do all normal souls. So you have a bunch in there. Boss tier, you get to pick what tier you want it to summon in at, and then summon, and then back up, and boom, boom, boom. You just keep fighting. So this is one of the, like, most important items in the mod for later game. And this guy is for when you get to the bosses that are, let's see, bosses. So the first tier boss is those Halo souls. You put in 100 into that first beacon, like I showed you. You summon it. You get a red like circle back. You can feed that to your dino to upgrade them, or you put it back in, and that will summon the next tier boss, which is the master. Then you got to do the group master, which means it's going to be everything in that variant tier. So if it was the cosmic one that I was doing, it would have to be, I'd have to get a boss soul, a master soul for each one of these, except for the 7th. So 6 for each. There's a lot of little, like, tiny quirks, but so 6 of them. And then you'd put all 6 of those in to do the group master. Then you can feed your guy that, or use that towards the next boss, which here is going to be, it's called the unique group master. That just means there's two different group masters that are combined into one boss. And it's going to be Cosmic Nature, Mythical Summoner, Unstable Elemental, Guardian Resource. So these are set in stone guys. Then after you beat one of those, you can feed it to your guy to upgrade them. At this point, you're getting to Ancient. Or you can take the soul, put it back in, and for this one, you go back to that original beacon, the first one, because it's only a single thing, and that will summon the aspects. And the aspects are dinos that they have one type from each variant tier, so they're basically every different type. And that's how this mod kind of works. Think of it as like a pyramid. At the bottom, there's one, for every single variant type, there's a boss. And then at the very end, the final boss, which is not out yet, the final boss is going to have every type all in one. So, and usually on the actual item, it will tell you what you can do with it. But this is a mod where it's one of the longest to learn. It's not hard. There's just a lot of shit. And most of it, though, makes sense. In the beginning of the game, though, you're just trying to get your kibbles done. And while you're doing, don't worry about a tame dino until after your kibble farm's done, really. Like, until you get to the top tier. You want to be playing on foot prior to that because your drop rate is better on foot. And that you get boosted by having high magic find. So really, in the beginning of the game, all you're trying to do is get a matching set of armor of one of the start armor sets, which are these. You just want to get a matching set and the weapon that corresponds to it. And then you want to try and roll on each of those armor pieces. You're going to want to try and roll magic find. Get a charm that is magic finds, make a shield, put magic find on it, and just run around and kill shit while you're looking for kibble. And then out of all the items that drop, you'll get, like stuff like this. These are drops that you get. You look for the ones that are good that you want to use. These are all the weapons that correspond to the armors. The higher the magic find you have, the more frequent they're going to drop. You save the ones that you want to keep. All the ones that you don't want to keep, you take them. You throw them into the item fragmenter. And you fragment them. The weapons are gonna fragment for unique items, giving you unique shards. The set items, which are the armors, they will make set shards, and then the charms or vanilla gear. These are all the charms. Those are gonna make the blue magic fragments. And then these are second tier weapons. I don't know why they don't fragment. But instead, you go and you take those and you grind them, and they give you back souls. So I grind them for a split second. You might see it. When I grind those, that's how I get all the souls back so that I can summon in more stuff. They'll give me essence and souls back. Oh yeah, no, there's a lot of that's why it's kind of fun to play on a server because you get to learn a lot. Because I'm not joking, like I'm not even the most expert on this mod, and I know more than 99.9% of people. Like this mod is deep. It gets a lot deeper. I'm not even like there's items in this mod that are like so rare that like I'm probably never in my lifetime gonna see them. Like they're crazy rare. Um, when it gets to like the really good equipment. But I mean, this it's I guess it's like an MMO. I haven't played like Diablo, but I would imagine like this is like kind of more or less what like a game like that is. You know, where you're just killing massive shit, hoping for rare drops. Because all the good stuff in this game, in this mod, you can't craft. The only way to obtain it is by getting them dropped. For dinos, what makes them generally good is the saddles. That's what will separate a good dino from a bad dino is their saddle, and that's why also some of the strongest dinos in the game are the weakest dinos to begin with. The mod author makes it so that the worse off, the shittier tier a dino is to begin with, the better saddle they get. So in the end, you get really powerful. You know that in the previous version of this mod, the top dinos in the game were the dodo, the penguin, and the jerboa. I think the trilobite might have had the high one of the highest single hits. You know, stuff like that. So you can make anything viable in this. It's not like other mods where you want to go for the Giga and the Karcha and literally anything can be viable. And what's also unique about this mod is that you start off with you can take a creature that you tame that's a basic, and a basic is basically it's the same thing as a vanilla stats, except it's got the one ability. That's what that the mod adds. But the stats are the same as a vanilla dino. You can then take that vanilla dino and you can upgrade them all the way to the end game boss fighting stuff. So it's not like other mods where, okay, I finished this tier, I'm on to the next tier thing. All the previous tier stuff is now junk. That's not true with this mod. Literally, you can take the same dino that you tamed on day one and make it the end game boss killer in the end if you want to. Now, it's not cheap to do, but you can do it. The other thing that adds on is the paragons. Every paragon, and you can get it, there's various different ways that you get it for the creature. And this is above and beyond what their tier class is. Every time you get a paragon level, it gives a 100% stat boost to all of the dino stats. Now, I think he has 10 different ways to do it. There's the loose paragon souls that you get from drops by killing wild dinos. So I've got to get all the way to 10 on that one. I'm going to have to kill 153,600 wild dinos with this dino to get them all the way to 10. I got to kill specific mini bosses, variant mini bosses, wild omegas, same species. So I got to kill other jellyfish, up to 1,900 of them. Shard value, that's what their paragon shard value is. Every paragon will say what it is. So he's a paragon shard value of 3. And in essence, it's just a way of weighting, similar and larger dinos. So anything that's a value of 3 or above is going to be, and you can just see in here, so a Jerboa is a shard value of 1, a Titan Boa is 2, a Pteranodon's 3, a Compy's 2. So it's just his internal way of weighting each dino. But for the most part, it's like same power, size, and larger. You get it through 10 of them through breeding. This one's a huge pain in the ass because this takes like, I'm gonna say ballpark 3,000 to 5,000 egg, maybe more than that. Tell you the truth. The first few tiers are okay, but it's just an RNG chance, sort of like a mutation, but way rarer that you get a Paragon and it jumps up. So it kind of makes it that you got to breed dinos a lot. So make your breeding stats, the breeding timers fast if you want to do that. Then there's variant Paragon souls that you'll see what they are. They're things that drop in the world. And then stat potions. This is the next cool thing. Is that the mod author wanted to make a way for, when people used other mods to, like, quickly mutate their dinos and, and the mod author's a real stickler for making his mod balanced so that, like, you can't just, like, add extra level. Or for people that, let's say, play with level 600 or something on their dinos, versus someone that plays 150, how does he make the boss, the correct strength to work with that? Well, what he ended up doing, here, I'll just pull out this guy because he's small. He ended up making stat potions, which you can get as loose drops in the world or by eating a quest scrolls, which are things that drop in the world. The higher magic find you have, the more likely they are to drop. So you'd get this would drop in the ground, you'd pick it up, and this one, it says open 10 loot chests and you get a whatever. So some of these are going to say Paragon, or they're going to say, like right here, kill 1,000 wild dinos while on foot, reward 20 Dimorphodon stat potions. So that's how you get those. By the way, is this any good? That's how you get those, and you got to save those up. And then you feed them to your dino. And over time, you can get pre-tame, mutation, and level up all the way to 254. Just through feeding the stat potions. So this way, the mod author makes it that he can make his bosses with that in mind, that you've already done that to, be strong enough to fight the boss. But if you're a person that plays with level 3,000 dinos instead of 150, well, he's got it now balanced to the boss is going to be the same for both, because you cannot make a dino more powerful than 254 in every stat. So I had asked him to do that for years because he used to always be pissy because, when other people used other mods to, make things quote unquote easier. So there's that, and that's the last thing too. On top of that, by feeding the number of stat potions, each dino is going to differ in how many you have to feed them. But this guy was probably 2,500 stat potions to get all those. But in the end, he's got 9.4 billion health. So pretty cool. But yeah, there's just a lot of little ins and outs, and you don't need to know everything at first. In the beginning, it's just kibble farm on foot. For these things, this is the dimensional storage. All I do is throw something in here, it hits store, all current items, and then it remembers it. And then if I hit this, if it's in my inventory, it will get sent to this box. Or if I throw it on the ground, I have my vacuum void, it picks up what's on the ground and it sends it to the corresponding chest. And then in here, vacuum settings, this is where you can tell it pick up when items are dropped. I can turn that off so it doesn't do it. Automatically transfer the items to the boxes. I usually don't do this one. You can set it so if your dino attacks this, it will empty its inventory. Some people like that. I don't. Global item transfers. This you check if you want it to send like anywhere on the map versus unchecked would be only stuff within its radius. Quantum compactor. You just check everything. More or less, except for the attack one. And it does them all. And then they have a dumpster and a grinder, so things that you just want to be completely dumped out, like recipes and crap like that. You just throw it in there, and then you say store all current items, and then the rest is auto dump or not auto dump. And then the same thing with the grinder. This is the stuff that that you want to grind, like vanilla pickaxe or whatever. Store all current items. Grind all now. You can set it to auto grind or not. That's more or less all you need to do. So you throw that down, and then your compressor, that's what holds paragons, variant souls, boss souls, master souls, and all that. So this one, it just puts it into a nice menu. So I can then go boom, I want these, take them out, compress. And what's neat about this one is you can pick it up and it remembers what's inside of it. And you can actually transfer to another server. We do wipes sometimes, but they're manual, so it's kind of like on request. So usually when we wipe, it's only done like, some for like server maintenance reasons or to be nice, like after miracles are done or something like that. But there is no auto wipe setup. But if you want to wipe, just tell one of, me or one of the mods, and I'm sure in most cases we can. But this mod doesn't really need wipes much. Like it in many cases is better when you don't wipe. So usually, unless we do it like after miracles are done, we wipe usually a few times a week. At very most, sometimes we'll do it daily, but again, it's usually based on what the community wants. I tend to not like, Oh, are you talking about Dino wipes, or are you talking about, how often it resets? If you're talking about how often it gets reset, we're going to cycle through all the maps. I'll usually have 2 to 3 maps up at any one time. And, so eventually you would have to move, but we give plenty of time. In order to stay on the server, the requirement is you have to stay in the Discord. And, if you're not going to play for extended periods, we'd want you to, pack up certain things at your base just for being nice to other people on the server and not having, like, a cajillion, stuff out or whatever. But I plan to have a cluster that cycles through the maps all the way to the end of Arc, because I don't want to have to start over in this mod either. And I've decided that I'm just going to, when I do series or live streams, I'm going to play on these servers too. So this is how it's not going to get wiped, because I don't want it to be wiped. We should always have at least one free one and one So right now, how we have it is we have one server that is for YouTube members, Twitch subs, or Twitch Prime subs, and then we have another that's solely just you got to be in the Discord, and that's more for communication and to avoid trolls and stuff. But I will always leave one free one and one, at least one free one. So if, you don't have to pay to be here indefinitely. But I may take like, a few week break or even a month break from playing, as I do other series, but I'll always come, this is what I'm going to come back to. So we're going to add on Valgero to the cluster when that starts. Currently, we have the center and Ragnarok. Ragnarok is currently the one that is the pay for. The center is the free one. And if you have the pay for one, you're able to transfer back and forth to both in the cluster. And I haven't decided yet how I'm going to do it. If I end up making down the road, Ragnarok then be free and, so we're going to add Valgero. That will be the third one. But then the next map I do after that, we're going to have to, get rid of one of the maps because I don't want to, I'd rather not have more than 3 at any one time. I basically have 5 server slots through Neutrado that are 100 slot servers. So I just have to use those within those. And the other 2 currently we're using for other I think we have right now Primal Nemesis and Primal Chaos up on the others for members. Yeah, it's fine, Derek. You don't have to explain to me. Either one works. Yeah, yeah, so we haven't decided yet which one we're taking down. It will be either Primal Chaos or Pal World. Or maybe both. See, I could look into what if because usually we don't have more than 10, like at most, like, 10, 20 people at most on the server at any one time. I could see if Nitrado would split up the server and then I could get, every map up there is with just like 20 player slots. The only problem with that, though, is I feel like the higher the count, the better the server is. And if I lower the count, they're going to give me a shittier server. That's fine too. Any one of those. And I don't really know how many people are playing still on Pal World too. If whatever is the least popular. All right. Anyway, I'm gonna take a whiz, and then we got to get back to farming. My damn ADD, I get so sidetracked. What are you stalking me? Oh, you're not bugging me. That's why I'm live streaming, so I can talk with you guys. Omega is a big grind, so that's kind of why I decided I wanted to live stream it, because this is boring as shit if I was just playing by myself doing all this. So it helps me to have things to talk about while I'm farming. How do you use the cloud storage for the tribe? Anyone in your tribe has access to the same cloud storage. You just put whatever you want to go into it into your inventory. So if I take this, oh shit. If I take this and see this one's to the tribe, I just go like this, boom. Ah, crap. It's kind of funky because it just pulled it out of my Dino, I guess. I don't use it that much, to be honest with you. All right, so I just go like this, boom, and then anyone else in my tribe then can press this one. So this is the store, this is the pull. They can go here, and then that was potion, elite health potions, and I had, what, like roughly 50, and my Dino had 50. Anyone in the tribe can see this and then pull it. So if I had someone else in my tribe, I could send an item across the map by doing that. If I wanted to. It's kind of neat, right? The selected item, okay. I'll be honest, I don't use it a heck of a lot. I'm old school. So I primarily use it for my overflow of storage at my base. And then I use it for, so like just like some overflow resources, and then for the personal, I do it for my arrows, my kibble, stuff like that, because anything in there doesn't spoil too. In fact, if you put in something that's about to spoil, it Gratzbay, it fully restores its spoil timer. So it's pretty cool in that way. Now, you cannot store dynamic items, so to speak. So you cannot store weapons, anything that has like a quality. You cannot store armors. I cannot store quests. I cannot store, like, you know, anything that has like various data on it. It's got to be only items that, more or less items that stack. Like if an item can stack, you can definitely store it in there. But like items that do not change. And that's why it makes anything with a spoil timer, it'll just give it 100% full. That I think that's the only way. You see, that's where I don't use it. It's actually, that was added in an update since we started playing. So I'm honestly still getting used to it. But the vacuum might be able to send it. I don't know. I think that maybe if you like, if it were to, I would assume how that would work is you would have to already have it stored, and then not have it stored anywhere at your base. And then maybe it would. But the thing is, if you're in your inventory and you want it to go there, instead of, I keep pressing this to go back to my base. Instead of pressing this, I could just be pressing this or this, and it would just go straight to the storage. You understand? Yeah, I mean, it gives various ways of choosing how to do it. Again, I'm not an expert because I don't personally use it like that. Had the update already been out since I started, I might have, started off that way, but the other reason why I don't like it is currently I think it's still bugged like this. If you're using it for crafting, if you have like if it says I want, the recipe takes polymer and you have a ton of organic polymer, but you don't have normal polymer, it isn't, he hasn't fixed it yet so that it's smart enough to know, well, you got organic polymer, that's the same thing. The mod, it doesn't know that, so it becomes like, it gets annoying sometimes. I add the mod pull it on the server too, so it's like the old S plus. So that will pull from physical boxes at the base. So I prefer using that for my, crafting needs, and that's why I don't use the I only use this storage as an overflow. Now, here's the other catch. If you store everything in personal storage and your character gets wiped, your personal storage is going to get wiped too if there's some bug that happens. That doesn't happen if you don't use it. That's my other reasoning. Now, not to say that's a thing that happens often or that will happen, but it can happen. And it's a lot easier to recover your stuff if it's not in that. Now, that, I don't know, I was going to say that might be why he doesn't let you store the really rare items, but it's probably just because it's a pain in the ass to code so many different variations of something. Remember I was telling you before, the quests, it said open so many loot chests. These are the loot chests that it's referring to. So, but I mean, there's zero chance you're gonna understand everything about the mod before playing. It's one of those mods where you only learn it through playing, and you learn something new every day through experience and through asking a lot of questions. So feel free to come in here and ask anytime. I know there's on my Discord you can ask questions, or on the Omega Discord you can, they have a question thing. But it is a little overwhelming, but it's super fun. And if you're looking for a mod that has depth and that you can play for a long time, there's nothing else like this. Like I said, this is in many ways closer to playing Diablo than it is Ark in some ways, at least the way the loot systems are set up. And it's kind of intended to be a mod that you never fully beat. There's always something that you're still farming for that you never end up getting. And could take you years to farm everything fully. If ever. So I'm on day number 3 of trying to farm for this rare dung beetle saddle. And the only way to get it is by killing dung beetle. There is probably I forget what the chances are. Maybe 1 in 1,000 chance that it drops a saddle, and then there's multiple saddles.
It used to be, I don't know what the rates are now, I forget, but it used to be, I think, what was it, 2,500 kills chance. I feel like he dumbed it down, though. Or maybe that's due to when I have the max miracles, it becomes a 1,000 chance or something, I don't know. Now, saddles are one of the only things that your drop rate does not get better if you have Magic Find. It's irrelevant to Magic Find. The same with Paragon drop rates, as I recall. All right, well, we finished our dung beetle, so there literally is no reason for me to even check what dung beetles are anymore, because we kind of committed. So it's now just about trying to get we have the token, but trying to get that same token in the actual saddle. Or as a saddle drop. That way we can imbue it and make it more powerful. What's up? How do I say that name? Zeopt? Zaupt? Yeah, this is Ragnarok right now. Heavily modded. Zeop. Okay. Yeah, we're playing Arc Omega Ascended, and we're playing on a cluster that is currently Ragnarok and the center map. And if you don't know, this map is, or this mod, it makes Arc into an MMO, kind of like Diablo or something. Where you're farming for extremely rare loot that slowly powers up your dinos, but then you get to do really insane shit with your dinos, like what this jellyfish is doing. So it's a lot of killing, hoping you get something rare to drop. And this we're playing on the fan server. So it's open to anybody. What do you like to play, Zia? Are you vanilla player, modded player? Do you play an official, or do you like private servers? What do you like? And do you play, what is there an egg machine doing here? Like, Froggy Man's gonna get Borderlands, too. That really bums me out. I go on vacation, like, the week after it comes out. Alright, let's get back. We're farming dung beetles. I get distracted so quickly. The only reason I haven't yet is it's freaking expensive. What's up? Rebirth. How do I say that name? What's the proper? Lebear F? Lebear? Or is it Leb Arf? You loved watching the content. Aw, thank you. That's awesome, dude. You still play? Lee Bear F. Okay, fair enough. It's not like Le Barf. Isn't that how like a French person would barf? They'd be like Le Barf. Or would that be Spanish? Oh, I don't know, Bae. I don't want it for quite some time. If you really want to give it to me, and it's bothering you, just go ahead. You can put it in my vault, but it's going to be a while. I still have to finish Kong before I work on my next Mega P. Cool, man. Well, if you ever play Omega, you should come play with us on the fan server. Which is what I'm playing on right now. Come hang out. Alright, I'll let you know, Bae. So how do you like the bear arms? Is it way better? Have you tried it much? It makes farming so much faster on the dire bear. Awesome. Lee bear. So I'm in the conundrum. We should be using the beetle to power the beetle up, but it's going to be way slower to farm for the saddle. So what should I be doing? Should I be farming for the saddle quick? Or... what's more important? I love how... that was a mistake, by the way. That was a total mistake, like, just coincidence that this guy at max level ended up being, exactly 1600. I think that's awesome, though. It would have been cooler, though. Maybe I'll do this with a future one. I could have made it like 1,666 or something like that. Those vultures, dude, going under the ground, that's a definite bug. I gotta say, I really like farming with this vision on, with the vampire vision. Or whatever you call this, the nightmare vision. It is freaking awesome. It's just so much better than the spyglass. Hey, Matt's Jazz, thanks for the follow. I appreciate that, my friend. This guy's going to be such an awesome boss, or I cannot wait. Yeah, it's kind of weak, right? Yeah, this is, we actually hatched this guy out today. Part of it is because we have a special saddle that gives massive boosts to its power, but we're also, it takes a lot to get it that strong. Like a real lot. Look at his stats. 254 in virtually everything, at least that matters. Yeah. So in this mod, they have, it takes a lot to do this, but they have, let's see if I have a loose one on me. Do I? No, I don't. They have stat potions. Like, each potion will put up one stat by 1 point. And you can get them either as just loose drops in the world or by doing quests. Which quests are drop in the world. And if you do things where it'll say, like, kill 6,000 dinos, get 16 random dung beetle stat potions. So we've spent the last couple of days farming those, and I was able to get this guy and immediately throw all the potions into him to make him 254 in every stat. And then the more things that I kill, the more things that I kill, the more powerful he gets. When this guy's done, though, it's going to be one of the strongest guys in the game. I would hope when we're done with this guy that it would be hitting for over 100 billion. Or at least more than the mammoth, which currently I think is heading for like 74 billion. Because in this mod, there's bosses that have trillions of health. So this is just like starting for the, like, beginning to be good. It's all relative. Now the hitting things in the world that aren't bosses, yeah, this is insane. But we still have a good ways to go. We got this guy up, though. We're about to hit one more Paragon level, and we'll be at Paragon 50. 50 out of 100. Paragon means it boosts all your stats by 100%. Yeah, right? Well, this is not vanilla, and this mod is a very in-depth mod, and it makes this game kind of like an MMO, like Diablo, or, you know, something like that. And it takes a long time to get your guys powerful. We're on day 80 of playing. And, like, I'm talking not, like, casually playing, like, you know, 6-8 hours of playing per episode. Oh, way more than Docs. You've never played... You know Docs, but you don't know Omega? Yeah, this is... I think if you took everything from every other mod combined, it still would have less stuff than this. Like... Now, Docs is hard in a different way than this mod, but I'd say Docs would be the closest of grindiness to compared to any other mod than this. But this is, what's neat about this mod is this is not like some OP creature that I finally got to the tier of and tamed. This started off as a normal dung beetle. And through grinding and through stuff that I boosted on him, I was able to turn the dung beetle into what this is now. So, like, it took a lot of playtime to get it to where it is. But when it started life, it was a, you know, a basic tier dung beetle that probably hit for, like, I don't know, 500 damage or something, if that. Maybe only at 30 damage. The kibble system's like Primal Fear. But in this mod, you can, like, it's very different progression. It's not like, there is a tier system, but the tier system is not, like, set in stone. You can upgrade any guy from one tier to the next. It's just, you gotta be able to afford to do it. Stupid guys, obsidian. I don't have my pickaxe on me. Prestiging? I mean, this isn't going to be also like only like there are bosses and stuff in this that are gonna require this. Like, I can get, oh, no, don't be sorry. I can right now, if I tried to fight, there's plenty of bosses in this game. They would one-shot me right now, probably. Like, this mod is crazy. It has depth to it. So these are of just the summoning in bosses, and the mod's still not even done yet. These are all the different groups. They're all equal to each other. They just do different things. so I was fighting a boss earlier today that had 5.5 trillion health, and I had to fight him like 8 times, and I got to do that every single day so that we can get our miracles going on the server. So this is one big thing. You can get so everything is played at more or less vanilla stats, like, you know, not like boosted anything. You know, we do boost some stuff like how fast it takes to breed a dino and things like that, just because you got to do a lot of breeding in this mod. But like we have like vanilla, you know, like official harvest rates and, you know, everything. But if you, as you get better and you can fight certain bosses, this one boss, he'll unlock, you know, like, I don't know, 10 or so miracles is what they're called, and they last for a certain amount of time, and they'll boost server wide the dino level, they'll boost, you know, all these different things, drop rates and so forth. So there's a lot of boss fighting in this. You got to fight hundreds of thousands of millions of bosses. Like, it's crazy. If you want to get so like for instance, this dung beetle, I'm not even wearing it on him. This item right here, if I were to put this on my player, so this mod adds in new slots. It also has fully automated storage, which is like sorting everything, which is crazy. It's got cloud storage. So shit, I hope I didn't have anything in there. So like I can store everything I want. This is my tribe one, and then I have my personal one. And this is literally in the cloud. Like there's no box that has this on. This is in the cloud. But then I also have storage boxes where I send it back to my base. So like fully automated storage. It adds in a charm slot and a medallion slot, which do different things. And I can wear a medallion. If I wore this on this guy right now, it would get all those stat bonuses. So increased ability and melee damage. But then I'm a unique version of my dino, which is a super rare version of him. So it actually does double because I'm a unique tame. So it's insane. And this isn't even the like rarest version of this. This is like the mid-level rare one. And to get this is, you know, I got a random drop, but it was from killing, I don't know, hundreds of thousands of different bosses. So like that's the thing with this mod is you're not just fighting a boss. I'd put down a beacon that summons a gauntlet beacon, and it will summon in 100,000 bosses at 1 second intervals that continually come at me, and you got to farm the shit out of them to get these super duper rare drops. Like I said, there's ones that are even rarer than this. That it's just like it's insane. Like the amount of farming, it's closer to playing like Diablo or something than it does than Ark when it comes to how rare stuff is. That's really good. So, you know, in the open world, you know, yeah, these things are a joke. They're nothing, but I'm not killing them to kill them. I'm killing them because there's a chance they could drop something rare. But I got to kill, you know, hundreds of thousands of stuff. So I'm already at the point, like I said, I'm at day 80. When you start off, you're literally vanilla, no boosted stats, anything. You have to grind your way up through getting, you basically play the first half of this game all on foot. You don't use a dino at all. You just play on foot. In this game, it adds in, what is it, 24 or 26 different armor types. Each one has a corresponding weapon that goes with it. So when I wear, let me see. That's vanilla. That's vanilla. Okay, so like this right here, this is the part of the over easy set. If I wear 2 pieces of it, I get bonus on the weapon that's called the Executioner. If I have 3 items, it gives me something else bonus. 4 items, something else bonus. Full set, even more bonuses. Okay, so at what HP? What are you asking? Is what at what HP? I'm sorry, I forgot what you're asking. I can just summon them and show you. This is not my best dino. This is, like I said, this is a guy I'm building right now. Are you asking what are the bosses? I can't even fight the full bosses. So this is the thing, is that the bosses, as they go through, I was starting to explain stuff. So there's all these different, these are like the kibble groups, different tiers, and each one has 7 different types within them. These are all the different, different ways a dino could come. Each thing has something special that they do that's different from the other. And so on. So each one of these has 7, except for Elemental, it has 13. Okay, each one of these has a corresponding boss that will have the same power. So as you go through the bosses, there's a crap ton of bosses. That's a lot of different bosses. So that's the first tier. As you get to the second tier boss, it basically, each boss has 2 different abilities. So the first one's 1 ability, then 2, then it goes to group, they're going to have all 6. Then it's going to go to master, it's going to have 12, then aspects, it's like a big pyramid. The final boss of the game has every ability of everything. But that's just fighting the bosses, and that's the first time you fight them. And that's at basic. And, you know, they're difficult at basic. Then, let me see, where is it? Show. Okay, so that's all at 1 times for the bosses. Well, then there's at 2 times, so now every boss is twice as hard. Then at 4 times, every boss is 4 times as hard. Now, this goes all the way up to that same boss I'm like, holy shit, that was the hardest boss I ever fought. That was at basic at 1 times. Then it goes to fighting it at 2,048 times what the first tier of the bosses. So as you get better, you can go through and fight the higher tier bosses. The one that I said that I fought today that had 5.5 trillion health was an Omega, but it was so it was at the highest tier to get for the miracles, had 5.6 trillion health. It had 80% dodge chance and 80% resistance. Sort of like a rock elemental type of resistance. So it had, because it was the group variant of every single one of these. And for these guys, they either have reduction or they have dodge chance. And because the boss was everything, it got both the dodges and the resistances. So I'm only hitting them 1 out of 10 times, 2 out of 10 times, on top of having 5 point whatever trillion health. It also does insane amount of torpor. 99% of the dinos get one shot by it because of the torpor. So you have to have immunity to torpor if you're even going to fight them. And I have to fight him, you know, that guy, we fought him 6 times to get all the miracles up on the server. Now, that was of the tier boss, and I was fighting them 1 at a time, but, you know, as you get even stronger, you can fight them, you know, I could fight all 6 at once, or, hell, 100 of them at once. That might be a bit excessive. Let's see. But again, that was only this tier. That was the 3rd tier of boss at Omega. I still got a long way to go, and he hasn't even come out with the hardest bosses yet. Now, the unique thing about this mod is that it's about synergies, too. It's not always about taking one dino and just fighting. It's about having a team of dinos and having your team work together and, you know, either with other players or unmounted. So you'd want to have a dino like this. This is my one of my absorbent dinos. So you do this guy, he throws up like a bubble, and he's an absorbent type. So what happens is anything inside the bubble, it reabsorbs all the damage to this dino. So he takes all the damage, all the other dinos take no. But oops, the bubble went down. Shit. Why? Because the stamina goes down as your bubble goes down. Or as the longer the bubble's up. So, well, shit, I can't just have that guy out. I either have to have someone mounted on him, pumping in stamina potions constantly, or you can have a potion dino. So you got to go find a potion dino. Okay, so I've got then this dino. This guy is his saddle. You can either get a direct potion dino, or you can have this guy has a saddle that gives him potion variant. So he has the potions in him. Okay. And I got a shoulder mount one. So now it's versatile. It follows me. I have, potions being done. Now I can, as long as I have potions in his inventory, I can leave the bubble up indefinitely until I run out of potions. Okay. So now I have a way to sponge all the damage. I can then fight on foot, or I can pull out other dinos. Well, remember I told you that guy had 80% resist, 80% dodge. With my best dino right now, it would take 2 hours to beat that guy, an hour, 2 hours to beat him just head to head. So instead, I can pull out, let's see. So my best fighter right now is my mammoth. Okay, so this guy going head on, and by the way, this guy hits for like 74 billion right now. Okay, so that does the damage, but he still has 80% resistance, 80% dodge chance. Okay, so what I do is I then have this guy. This guy on his own is pretty weak, regardless what his stats say. Okay, this guy has a unique saddle. All these saddles, by the way, are extremely rare drops. But this guy, when he attacks, has a 25% chance to apply element sickness. That element sickness will negate the resistance. Banshee Curse does extra, just like it'll nerfs to the dino, or they're buffs that go up in the dino that allow me to hit him for more. Disruption, that will get rid of his dodge chance. So I've gotten rid of, if Disruption and Element Curse are up, which those also only last for a short time, and there's a timer of how often you can do that. But if both of those are applied during that window of time, it then has no dodge chance and no resistance. So now to do this, I have to have all these dinos. So this is now 4 dinos out that I have to keep alive from something that would with exception of, well, even the mammoth would. But the only reason that he can survive it is this saddle right here makes him immune to torpor. But everything else would get knocked out in one hit by the boss. So I have to keep him in the bubble. Now, fortunately, the bubble stays up even when the dino's knocked out. So, it's using these synergies. And then if I'm by myself and I have no one to help me to mount these, I can then throw stones inside of them that weight them down so they stay in the bubble. So, I mean, and this is just one example of, these are the guys I happen to get together to be able to take on this task. And then in the end, that's only to fight a boss that I'm fighting to try and get the miracles up so better stuff spawns in the world, so I can get even rarer stuff that will make my dinos even better, more quickly. So it becomes more about the grind. Like I said, it's in many ways more similar to Diablo than it is Ark. And again, that was not the hardest boss in the game. Now, usually, though, what you're doing is you're trying to farm the the stuff that's super rare drops more often from the harder bosses. But, it's awfully hard to farm so much, so you'll farm lower tier bosses, but like 1,000 at a time. You're looking for Okay, so in the beginning of the game, did you already get a care package, Atomic? What happened to Charge? He never answered my question. Or is it... What the hell is your name? Cartridge? Alright, so you just started playing on the server. You're looking at some of the dinos you have. Scares... The ones I have? Oh, this mod, don't be intimidated. And you're gonna die a lot. You have keep your inventory, you have, you know, all these things. Dying's just part of it. Yeah, I just finished explaining all that for you, so I hope you're actually listening, because that was all for your benefit. You said, at what amount of HP? And I said, what were you referring to? Is what amount of HP? Please tell me you heard all that I just said, because I just went off into a tangent to explain the mod to you for like the last half an hour. The big... What do you mean, the big number? What big number? Oh, are you talking about the rampage on the side of my screen? Right above my head? Is that what you're talking about? This? These? The Roman numerals? Oh, this? Yeah, that's pretty big. It's easier to look at it like this. This guy is currently 34.7 billion. This, I'm looking at him with the spyglass where it's abbreviated. This guy, one of his abilities is uncontrollable, so I cannot tell him to stop wandering or attacking. But he gets a because of that ability, he's extremely strong. Normally, he cannot, you cannot ride uncontrollables. But this saddle, one of the abilities is it allows you to ride them, which is very rare. Not many dinos have that, but uncontrollable is the strongest variant in the mod for melee damage. You want to see a big number? Here, watch this when I use his ability. Here, let me put on this too. Oh, that's is that a metal one? I don't want to do it on that one. That's metal. Hold on. All right, so I just put on the token. That just boosted us to that much damage. All right, watch this. 286 billion. And now he's in stalker mode. 144 billion. That's when I use his ability. But this guy, I am currently at Paragon. I'm almost at 50. I'm at 49, I think, on this. But that's out of 100. But yeah, this mod by far, it's very grindy, it's very tedious, but it's very rewarding. But this guy, I'll show you where he evolved from. Did I already switch my token, right? All right, so this guy originated from breeding. I think I had another one too. I don't know where I put it. That was one of the parents. Is it in here still? You know, one thing I forgot to do is to put a trait on him. Oh, you know what? Okay, so this is essentially the same. I mean, it's not the original, but it's a parent of the... Oh, that's already a Paragon 10 one, though. All right, so this is basically what this guy started out as. This thing right here. That's what it started out as when I tamed it. I didn't actually tame the higher level ones. I bred with somebody else on the server to get it even to 199 after tame. So you can turn this right here into what I'm using now. And it took me a few days. That's not fully true because some of the items, it took like, let's say, a week of playing. Yeah, it's a modded dung beetle still, so it's, you know, in this mod, you know, a dung beetle is a rideable creature. But, I mean, I don't even dare attack anything with it because I'll probably one-shot. Here, I mean, this right here, it shows you what the melee stat is. 485. You know, but it's a very low tier creature. In this, you can also mount and ride dodos. You know, but this guy's on par with a dodo. And I've only made this guy good through all the different boosts. So you can, through putting in, doing different things, you can boost up what the guy is. I did inherited breeding of paragons. That took me, I don't know, like 5,000 eggs of breeding. At least 5,000 eggs worth of breeding. And I slowly moved them from nothing to Paragon 1 and then 2. These are just the parents that I kept, that I bred with as I went through, all the way up to Paragon 10. And what this does is each Paragon level boosts its stats by 100% of the base value. So each time I did it, it boosted his stats by 100%. I then used also stat potions, one by one, boosting all of his stats to 255. I then had to fight all the bosses to slowly upgrade him through all the tiers. He's right now as a basic, 1 times multiplier. I had to pay to get him. You can upgrade up to elite. That's the highest that's in the wild. I had to pay paragons, so I had to have, it's expensive, but I got him up to elite. And then you fight the bosses to go to Prime, to Apex, to Ultimate, to Ancient, to Endless. Endless is the highest that's in right now. That's what my other one is. But it's 1,024 times better than what that guy is. Oh, okay. So this is where it's weird. In this mod, what you're breeding for isn't the mutations like in vanilla. You can just use potions to get them there. What you're breeding for is these Roman numerals that are above his name. And by the way, that's what the guy is. His saddle is what makes him. This is a rare item that I had to grind for. That's why he was so big. All right, calm down, buddy. You don't have the saddle. It doesn't... Let me update it. So this is what he is without his saddle. So the breeding was not for those stat potion, or not for those stats, while you could do it that way. I mean, do you notice it even has level up points done? We only get 88 level up points. Notice where I put them in movement speed, because that's the only potion they don't have. So you get the you do the stat potions, and you get those. This is the last time, by the way, I'm explaining this today, because I did this multiple times today for people coming in. You get them through doing quests. So like this one right here, it says kill 200 wild dinos on foot. Your reward, 4 stat potions. Each one of those would put, for this one, is on a Titan boa. They randomly will give me 4 stat potions. It'll boost the stat by 1 point. So it's a lot of grinding to get the stat potions. A lot. Then you can insert the potions into the guy as you go, you know, after time. Now, the Paragon levels, you can breed 10 of them into it. That's why I told you that probably took me between 6,000 to 10,000 eggs hatched before I got it all the way to 10. And you got to do that first because once you start to boost the guy with the other stuff, that doesn't get passed to the children. Only the breeding ones do. So, like, if I took this guy and bred him with this guy, I'm not going to end up with a baby that's like this. So I had to get the breeding done first. That took several days of 5-hour sessions of breeding. And then I had to get Paragon souls, which you can, like, loose item. It's a loose item that you can get through quests or through rare drops. I had to boost 10 of them in. I'm in the process of killing dinos, so I've killed so far 1,330 dinos. Once I hit 1,600, I'll get the next Paragon level. I'm at 49 out of 100. There's mini bosses I got to kill that are in the world. So different types of bosses I got to kill. Same species, killing other dung beetles I've killed so far. Like I told you, I just made this guy today. I've only killed 46 so far. Once I hit 100, I'll get another bonus. So you can do this up to 100. This is killing guys that are the same value or higher than me. There's a value assigned to each dino to say how strong it is. A dung beetle's a 1, so everything is better than me. So I got to kill 51,200 to complete this session. I did the breeded one. This is the first thing that I did before I did anything. This is another drop item. This is a variant Paragon that goes along with his abilities, Stalker or Gorgon. So I can do any of those. And then stat potion, or Paragons gained with stat potions, of which it required 2,500 to get this all the way to 10. Kill 10 dinos? What do you mean? Now, mind you, the number of dinos that you have to kill is, as you get to creatures larger than a dung beetle, it gets, more intensive what they require. Part of the appeal to the dung beetle or a dodo or something like that is it's really easy to level up quick. But for, say, a Kartra or a Giga, it's rough. Oh, it was more than 10 dinos. That said kill 200 dinos on foot. So the quest in Paragon. So the Paragon you get from quests. Yeah, so I'll show you some open quests that I have. So once you eat a quest, it shows up in your quest reward, and it's telling me what I have remaining. So for this one, if I kill while riding an RG 400 more RGs, or 400 more dinos, it'll give me 8 RG stat potions. Kill wild dinos while riding an RG, 900. This is, again, this is this is what I have left. Kill while riding a dire bear, 1,000 dinos. I'll get 20 dire bear stat potions for that. But, I mean, mind you, each row of stat potions, so it would take, for pre-tame, that's going to take, it's a little over 1,500 potions. 254 times 6, whatever that is. It's like 15 something. So you'd have to get that for pre-tame, mutation, and post-tame if you want to get them all. But on top of that, you also, as you boost them in, it will say, so on this guy, I didn't do any. This will tell you beforehand. So kill wild dinos, every 100 dinos, I'll get a Paragon level, and it doubles each time. So 100, then 200, then 400. So it's just each one doubles as it goes up. For the potions, the first 250 potions to get up 1 level. In entirety, I defeat 2,500 potions. So the quest in the did I answer your question or not? And then the ultimate highest, the cap of Paragon level is once it hits 100. So it's a lot, but basically you kill shit, it goes up. You fight bosses, it goes up. It gets more powerful. So the more you use it, the more powerful it gets. Thank you, Bay. So what this is requiring you to do is for each dino, if you want to get them powerful enough, you got to actually use them. Kill shit, it powers up. Is this what you wanted me to repeat? Okay, then I add on his unique saddle. He gains Colossus variant. That's what made him big. He gains Uncontrollable. That gives that ability gives a crap ton of power. It gives 200% increased stat bonus multiplier. That means every stat's multiplied by 200%. 200% increased melee. 300% increased damage taken. So I take more damage to get all this. But it allows me to ride an Uncontrollable, which I normally couldn't. Gives me permanent rampage. And it also makes everything around me angry at me. Then with this item, which is extremely rare, but I managed to farm, gives me all those stat bonuses. And then because I'm a unique version of a dung beetle, notice I didn't name him this. This is his name. In the wild, he was called Silent. This makes for unique ones actually double those values. So in this, it's nutty. Now every single dino has stuff like this. So, like I said, this is not my strongest dino. This is just the dino I'm building today. If you want to see large dino, my strongest is my mammoth. Oh, shit. My mammoth is currently at Paragon 53. He's a unique mammoth. I've got the unique saddle. I've got this. Can I have this, please? On this one, it's not as good as the dung beetles one, but they're extremely rare. Okay, so I take that. And let's hit some stuff. So, 49 billion. That's with just the normal hits. 309 billion. So look at that. The dung beetles, it's catching up. The dung beetle, by the way, with all the boosted stuff, is one of the strongest dinos in the game. I think is one of the strongest. in its final form. Which is funny. In this mod, the mod author makes oftentimes the strongest stuff is the littlest of guys. Oh, yeah. Except I usually turn that off because... But this guy is only so good because I have his unique saddle, which you have to farm, which is super rare. There's multiple different unique saddles. And that's where this... What ends up happening is... The challenge of this is getting those things to drop. It can only drop from other mammoths, so I gotta go and I gotta farm mammoths for hours and hours and hours and hours and days and weeks until I finally get the saddle to drop, which then ends up making my mammoth super powerful. So it becomes more of an MMO of farming than it is, you know, everything else. And every boss can all drop loot, and there's, you know... And then in this mod too, you can play the whole thing if you wanted to. You could just play it on foot. You have so many like really good armors. I'm not even wearing the stuff that boosts this weapon, but I just hit for 28k. And this is without the boosting armor that goes with that weapon. This is a legendary weapon, and it is extremely, extremely rare. I cannot craft this. I cannot anything. I have to get it to drop. I have this thing. This is a weapon, but it also duels as a ping that shows me the tier, level, and info about all dinos around me. So I can use this to go hunting for stuff. And each color is corresponding to what tier they are. It's telling me the level. By the way, 150 is the max level of spawn on this base. However, because miracles are up, it can go above max level for that period of time for dinos that spawn in. So I had to use this to go and hunt down the original dung beetle because it is a super rare variant of a dung beetle called the unique. Notice every dinosaur, it's got one modded variant to it. So this guy, he's familiar. This bee, it's collective. Is Carno, he's metal. This... Which, by the way, resource dinos, once tamed in their inventory, make whatever resource they are. And it will just generate over time. Like there's a wood guy who would generate wood in his inventory if you tamed him. This one is familiar, that summons in stuff. This guy is a siren. He'll, incapacitate me for a little while. This guy, Volatile, Starfire, Thunderstorm. These guys all do stuff. Here, I'll stand here for a second. You can do your abilities, bro. I'm wearing an armor piece that right now that unless I engage an enemy, it won't even bother to... Oh, no, I'm wearing the mammoth thing. Crap. I gotta put that back inside of him. Alright, now I'm wearing a thing where unless I attack first, things won't attack me. See... Oh god, that's a really high level. 10 million health on that guy right there. If I had punched him by mistake, I would have been dead. And then all sorts of, this is an ethereal sphere. This is a wabbajack. This goes with a specific armor set. The armor set I'm wearing right now gives me increased loot drops, which is why I'm wearing it. But the weapon, I don't have the weapon that goes with it with me. So I'm not really trying to fight on foot. Let's go. I'll grab another one of my farmers. This was a guy that we had worked on the other day. Where the hell is it? My penguin. This guy is a special saddle that allows him to fly, ignore water, and it also gives me an increased attack radius of 1,200%, and it gives me attack speed bonus and movement speed of 225%. Oh, and you can enchant stuff in this mod. You can enchant everything, whether it's vanilla armor, modded armor, what have you. And this guy right here, this is then a farming guy. And it's just about trying to kill stuff as quick as possible to get as much loot as possible. Most of the loot I just grind down. But, you know, you never know. You get that special rare thing or you get the saddle. Each dino has a chance of dropping the saddle that applies to them. I think it's, we're trying to, it's somewhere between 1,000 and 1,200 or 2,500% chance for the drop. I can't remember which it is. But here, see, I just got a whole bunch of quests. If I eat these quests, I can, you know, get stat potions or paragon souls. I got different various armors. This is the armor that goes for the spear. That spear that I showed you. It makes the spear give AoE damage. It boosts the power of it. And there's charms. These are one of the additional loot slots that's for enchantments for your player. The only reason I'm getting so much dropped is, like I said, I'm wearing a set and have enchantments to increase my drop chance of items. If you don't have any magic find, that's what Magic Find does, is it makes you get more loot drops. If you have no Magic Finds, you get almost nothing. That's a mini boss. That's one of the things that if you had, so this one would be if you had a Pegomastic and you killed this guy with your Pego, it would give you a Paragon level. If you don't have it, it's immune unless you fight him on foot. Now, to be, you know, getting the things that I'm doing, like I said, I'm in episode 80, so it took me a long time to be able to power up and get the loot drops that are necessary to get the dinos to do the stuff. When you start off, this is just like you're thrown into a world with a vanilla player, and there's all these crazy dinos, and you have to slowly grind your way up. They even have player ranks that you have things that you have to complete to power up your player. But the higher you rank up, you can ultimately get your player to get 99.95 damage reduction from all damage sources. Nice bay. Yeah, I think I have every Dimorphodon saddle. But most of the game is just farming for loot. Whatever loot you don't use, you grind so that you can use it for enchanting. Or re-rolling the enchants. Okay, so I think that some of the dimensional sorting is kind of goofed. Like, it doesn't always work the way I expect it to. Basically, for any of the auto, if you the auto fragmenting, it's gonna just it grinds it in the mannequin itself. So if I go and I have, you know, right now I have for Soul Scream, it grinds everything. It just grinds it right in there. If I did not have any mannequins at all, it might auto go into the fragmenter. Sometimes things do that. Usually it's charms, but I've been having difficulty getting, when I press this, if I don't have a spot open, but I do have the fragmenter open, and I go like this, what will end up happening is it just gets stuck in my inventory and it doesn't go anywhere. Now, if I were to drop it on the ground and I didn't have the spot, it should go to the fragmenter automatically. Instead of, if you have no mannequin set up and no spot for it to go, and I throw it on the ground, it would probably go to the item fragmenter. But if you're asking, if this is where, you know, if I press this right here, boom. See, I didn't put it there. The system did. Is that what you're asking, or? So in the thing, if you go and I set this to fragment, I have it set so that it fragments everything but Ascendant. If I went and I clicked this, and I do it, it's gonna auto fragment when it goes in there. So see that time instead, and let me grab another piece. So this is 2861, 2862. And then the shards just stay in there. What I really wish they'd add to this is you to say, screw set medallions. Because they jam up everything. These things are freaking worthless. And then what I do is, because these are heavy, I set a box up. Where is it? Right here. That just holds all my, anything loose that falls in the world. It goes to this box. Wait, what? You know why my boss souls not all spawn if you put them in the gauntlet? They should. Are they poofing, or are they is it stopping? And it's just not, like, it stops, they're still in there, but it stops spawning. So are you saying, are you losing souls? Like they're poofing, or is it just stop spawning? By the way, guys, while you're here, please do not forget to slam that thumbs up button if you're watching on YouTube. It helps me out oh so much. If you're new to the channel, do not forget to subscribe. Remember, we are playing on a fan server. It's a community server. All are welcome to play. Just head on over to the Discord to request whitelist. Do not forget, if you have Amazon Prime in your family and you'd like to use it on Twitch, if you're not already using it, you get a free Amazon Prime sub every single month. Make sure to remember to use that on your favorite content creator. Hopefully that's me. That would also give you access to all of our servers. Or if you just want to be nice. You want to change... Okay. The souls are only gonna... If you set them all for master, it should do them regardless of what they are. But if you set your thing to say do, you know, a certain specific tier and they're not all the same, I might only do the ones that are the same or something. If you get too far away though from the thing, it will stop spawning. You have to be within a certain radius. But if you have mixed matched ones, and you set it at a tier specific thing, sometimes it can be goofy, I guess. If you set it to do like all masters and you had various tiers, I think that should work. Oh yeah, you can just stop at any time, or you could just pull everything out and it will stop. Let it stop spawning. You can also just pick up the thing itself. You can also teleport away, and then it will stop. And then just teleport back in and finish the bosses that are there. The bosses will despawn if not hit, I think, in 10 minutes. Sometimes, if you're spawning a lot in, there's been cases where bosses will, you know, escape, glitch through the arena and fall through or fly out. Alright, let's get back to the desert. Get back to farming the dung beetle. So this guy right now is probably one of my fastest harvesters. And yes, if Brian's here, he's growing on me more and more the more I use him. Is it already stopped? So they're all basic boss souls, and you want them to be faster? You mean spawn faster? You gotta first make the soul... Okay, for the master, it's gonna summon in whatever the soul type is first. So... let's say you have all basic souls, but you want them to be at Apex. You then got to fight the boss, you know, put him back in, and then do all Master Souls, and then select Apex, and then do that fight. Then once they're Apex boss souls, then you can do, on both selections... Let me just teleport there so I can show you. So they're all basic boss souls. So in the first thing, you would only choose this if they were this type of soul, the like Halo souls. If they're already the red ones, you choose this, and then if you did this, this would be at basic tier, which you said they are already, so you can choose to go to Delta, or if you want to skip a bunch, you could skip, let's say you want to do Prime, go to Prime, you summon them like that, they'll change from, once you beat the boss, it'll change from a basic boss to a Prime boss. Once you have all those, you reload those back in if you're trying to fight Masters at Prime. Because the Masters will only summon at what tier the boss soul is. Once you have all them at the tier you want to fight Master, then you just click that. And this is the one that you can do that you can have various tiers in there, and it will just summon whatever level it is at Master. And then if you want to change the time, you look down here and you can change it to whatever interval you want it to be. So if you want to, if you have all basic souls in there and you want to fight basic masters, then you would just again choose that and then choose that because they're already at basic. So this is, you can't rank up Master Souls, though, if that's what you're asking. Once you have a Master Soul, that's set in stone. It doesn't go any higher. Are you on Rag? What arena are you in, Necron? one. Are you currently fighting? Large one or medium one? What's he fighting? Is it safe? I'm on foot. Alright. Did you figure it out? Did I come here for no reason? I can't look in there unless you unlock it. Wait, what? It saves just made a damn mistake on the masters. Okay. So you thought you could rank up the masters is what you're saying? Yeah. Alright, well, I'm glad I could clear that up. You bastards asking questions and then not saying okay. Farm here for a little bit. Unfortunately, not really dung beetles. Damn you! This happens way too much on the penguin. It's the only annoying part. I get hit by dino crap all the time. That's the one annoying thing that doesn't... It just happens way more often on the penguin. But if the dino you want to farm is in this swamp in particular, holy shit. Is this a good place to farm? hell is that? Rock drake. Crazy looking. I feel like miracles are not up right now. Nope, we got the shitty miracles. But they up. Oh no! I think there's some dung beetles might spawn around here. Maybe. And then probably in the caves. Not seen one. Dung beetle. Let me go. You don't know if it's the same as vanilla, but if you're looking for dung beetle, there should be. It is the same as vanilla. A lot of them in the massive lava cave. Ooh. Are you on this server right now? I forgot. I know you already told me. There's somebody that said they were starting. If there's anybody that is new on the server and has not gotten a care package, which includes a full set of armor, the weapon that corresponds with said armor, glider wings, teleporter. I give these out as a care package to anyone that wants them. A medallion, or excuse me, a charm with magic finds. Are you sure you didn't double the spawn rate on this server by mistake instead of Rag? Slither? Because this shit is nuts over here. Like, it is literally, like, night and day. Like, and every time I come here, it feels like there's, like, it's even denser than it was the last time. Yeah, all this shit seems to spawn in pairs. I wonder if you can max the max number of wild dinos, if that could do it. Chill, bro. Chill. No, 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 no. Bro! Did you say in the lava cave or just near the lava cave? Oh, well, you need to have Arc Omega and Arc Ascended, and then you go to the Discord and you go to the chat to request to join. You have to give your EOS ID so that we can whitelist you. And just follow the directions there. I don't even remember how to get in the lava cave. I have no idea what will happen if I get stuck in the lava with this guy, if it would hurt the creature or not. I'm like disoriented to even where I am. Let me see. Isn't the cave entrance, like, around here? I'll be honest, I don't think I've gone in this cave on the center. I remember on Evolved, it was like over this way. Ah, here we go. Is it in the cave or before the entrance? Aha, spiders. Which are, no, they're modded. Alright, that was the entrance area. That was a dung beetle. The penguin, unfortunately, is almost too fast, which is why I like the jellyfish. Only because of the the penguin is just too out of control. Is this the whole cave? Isn't there like another room? Is there just as many dung beetles in all the caves here? Like if I go to the snow caves? What are rock drakes piggybacked off of? They probably shouldn't be, whatever they are. Yeah, we learned that this probably isn't a good piggyback just because the rock drakes end up spawning in the caves and getting stuck in the cave walls. I think I ended up changing it, rock drakes to spawn off of dimetrodons. And that seems better because dimetrodons don't spawn in the caves. Alright. There is no abundance of... two other rooms. I'll be right back. What's the artifact that's in there? There's probably a teleporter up. This one I don't think has much for beetles. Peace. Oh my god. Yeah, this... Did you do the code for doubling stuff, Slither, on both servers, or just Rag? Because this kind of feels like, that it was done here too, which it doesn't need to be done here. Are you sure? Because this is kind of nutty. I've never seen that before. I know, right? I'm not telling. What's up? The call. How do I say your name? Hakali? Do I get bored of Ark? Sometimes. But I don't just play like normal Ark. I play different mods each time that I play. And that's what makes it fun. Do you get bored of... You must be actually really bored right now if you're going to come into here to ask me if I'm bored. Because it sounds like you're just bored. And you don't know what to do with your time. Callie? Okay, got you. Callie. Is that your actual name, or is that just something you came up with? In which case, what's it from? Or what does it mean? Alright, this one's pretty beat. No dung beetles. So that was what? Brute? No, that was this one. That was hunt. No. This looks like the same one. Isn't this where we just were? Yeah, I think that is. Because I already have hunter. Yeah, if you get one, what server are you on? Are you on the center or Ragnarok? This is the one you're talking about, by the way. There, I saw one dung beetle. Looks like there's another one over there. You're on the center? Alright, which set armor do you want? It's gotta be not the second tier ones, one of the first tier ones. Nice. Oh shit. Okay, so you are new to Omega. Do you have a base yet? Do you have a teleporter yet? All right, what teleporter or what obelisk are you closest to? I'm gonna drop the care package off in one of the obelisk inventories, so I want to know which one you want me to drop it off in. Devilish Kibble. Oh, that's a different mod. I can't remember. I'm sorry. I did it with Froggy Man last time we played it, but I can't remember it. It was too long ago. You have to fight, I think, some of the bosses that you summon in. Like there's summon-ins for that you have to do, and you have to fight all the bosses, and it unlocks them, I think. If that makes any sense. Portuga. Descended, yeah. I mean, at least that's the only one I know with Devilish. You could go back to one of my old videos maybe and be able to find it, but you could also go to the Descended Discord and ask them there. Pretty sure you can grind a spyglass. Yep. All right. So. What weapons do I have here? The most popular ones are going to be Soul Scream. That's where it uses the spear that you throw and it does AoE damage and debuffs. That one, Gifted is usually a pretty solid set too. Olympian, Avalanche, or Bloodlust. Or Abruption. I don't know. Yeah, it's not that high yet. I'm trying, though. He's still a youngin'. Watch this. So is this one? Watch his health now. Is that more appropriate? Now he has 79.4 billion. So this saddle, this is a special rare saddle. If he's Colossus, which he is, that's why he's so big, he gets a 300% boost to all of his stats. I think that's what variant stat multiplier is. 200% increased variant stat. So, I mean, he gets massive boosts. 410% increased melee damage, immune to impulse, and what does he get? Permanent rampage, I'm guessing? I don't want to... That stays stuck on your screen. It's bugged right now, so I don't want to mount him. What's it under? Equipment. Permanent rampage, yeah. So these are all different unique saddles that are extremely rare drops that you can get, and they power up your guy. Yeah, he just went Super Saiyan pretty much. So this is his boss fighting saddle. This Duck of Doom, this is his farming saddle. This makes him be able to fly. He gets 300%, he takes 300% more damage, but he gets an attack radius of 1,200 increased, and his here, watch. Oh my god, lag. Alright, so this is how fast he normally attacks. Not that fast, right? You know, it's about what a penguin normally attacks at. Now watch when I put this saddle on him. Way faster. And I can also, with that, I can fly. So yeah, he's Super Saiyan. Then if I wore this on top of that, I'd get 150% boost to my melee and 117 boost to my ability. Yeah, 75% damage reduction. And I'm at Paragon 49 out of 100 so far on him. Alright, so you said you want the spear? I'm trying to give you good ones. I'll decide which one I give at the end. So yes, in this mod, you can add enchantments to armors, whether it be vanilla armor or the special armor. Couldn't find a magic find on there. So magic finds the enchantment that makes stuff drop more often. It's honestly what you want. Ooh, that's a really good one. Ooh, and carry weight. Ooh, you are getting hooked up. We're making a care package for someone new on the server. Hmm. Do I even have an Omega workbench? How? I don't think I do. I get a crafting dino. All right. I think that's it. Is there anything else you can think of you want? Whether it be a vanilla thing or, oh, a magic charm. Hmm. All right, so what obelisk? If you don't have a teleporter, what obelisk am I gonna meet you at? Shit. Just got lucky. Thanks for the follow. What did I do, life? What did I do that you're saying cut the VOD? I'm sorry, this is insane. There's no way that we did not boost the density. It is just, it's even crazier than it freaking was the other day when I was here. Every time I come here, it's like it gets crazier. Oh, blue. I always get confused, and I think blue's in the snow. Is that your dino, or is that a wild one? Alright, this stuff is... I don't know what's up with all this stuff. Somebody left all this stuff in here. There's your armor set. That's the weapon that goes with it. That's the type of bow that you're going to want for taming. You probably want to get a better one. I just gave you a basic one. That is a multi-tool. Teleporters, 2 of them. That's the remote for it. I'm giving you also a dimensional storage in the vacuum void. That way you can start sending stuff back to your base. A spyglass that's better than the Omega one. Food that lasts forever. Magic Find Charm, Dino Balls, Net Gun, Dino Storage, and here you can have some starter essence and crap. In fact, oh, this one I'm keeping. That's a really rare one. Hold on. And here, just the random stuff that's in my inventory. You might not want all that stuff. Hold on. Let me throw this on the ground. This is junk. I mean, you can take it if you want, but I consider this just junk. Better idea. Set the box down that I gave you. And unlock it. And unlock it. Some random quests, medallions, all sorts of junk. Look at that. You get two legendaries. And then there's more stuff in the beacon. Anything that you don't want to keep that's in there, just throw it away. And let it despawn. You're welcome, my friend. Enjoy. Yeah, you can do it for him. I don't have all my farming stuff with me. All I have is this penguin. Yeah, it's no worry, man. That honestly, I do that for everyone. So that is my promise. If you join and you want a care package, I give it to you. And honestly, at this point, that's all just like, I would just grind everything. But if you're early game, oh man, that saves you like a week of time. Or days of time. Getting that care package. And that was one of the better ones. I actually went through and gave you magic find on everything, pretty much. So he now has higher magic find probably than Derek does. Alright, was the person on that wanted the Oviraptor crap? Also, guys, please, 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 if you use rafts, try and pick them up. Don't leave rafts strewn around everywhere. It's a pet peeve of mine. I will consider the raft your base. And to piss you off, I will red gun your base saying that you have two bases. If you have a raft, park it at your base. In fact, any item, if you make a taming trap, pick up the taming trap when you're done using it. You only get one area to set down stuff, and that's inside of your base thing. Remember when Kong was special? All right. Dung beetle, dung beetle. Oh, I got frozen, didn't I? Nope, I just had my thing out. Thank you. Man, I was looking forward to red gunning your base too. Why'd you gotta do that to me? Why do you gotta take that away? I don't mind if you guys have a raft, but make sure it's parked at home. Don't just leave rafts, because it gets to be where everybody's got a raft everywhere, and it's just annoying. And they never get picked up. crazy how much worse the loot quality is when you don't have good miracles up. What's up, Arc Lover, by the way? I'm sorry if I missed your message before. How you doing? I remember doing boss fights with Willy right on this island. I kind of feel bad. This mod's gotten so much better since Willy played. Like, he didn't get to experience it with the cooler stuff. And he's probably never going to play it again. It's just so night and day. Why do I even play on Rag? Oh, full-on quest. What's your teleporter called, Atomic? Did you find a place yet? There's a lot of cool places to live. There's a lot of neat places in the Redwood, like high up ledges and stuff like that. Alright, well, you filled up on quest scrolls, so I need to put out more scroll storage. I just put those into... It's crazy how many scrolls you end up getting. I'm just going to put in one for now, but I'm going to have to put in a lot more. I cannot wait till he has the update for stat potions. Alright, let's see what we got from that little time farming. No legendaries. We got the one supremacy. No unities. Five tokens. Patchy, Jafar's Snake Staff, Pike Tyson, Quaylag, and Sandbird. Interesting. And 5 unique saddles. We got Frosttooth. Cool. We got Yeti Saddle, Abominable or Immovable Stone. Gain stone variant, immune to torpor, passively taunts enemies, cannot attack, cannot move. Interesting. Hey, we finally got it. That's the OP, one of the strongest attack dodo saddles. We didn't have that yet. That's cool. So that means we got to start working on the plague dodo. Vulture Saddle, gain Absorbent. Interesting. 80% dodge chance. Debuffs attackers with Gorgon Stone. Immune to Torpor. Passively taunts enemies. That's kind of interesting. And Warlock. Gains Frenzy, Overlord, Zombie. 25% damage reduction. Attacks apply Banshee Curse. That's kind of cool. Alright, not a bad little get there. Heading back to Ragnarok. I think the dung beetle is still better over in Ragnarok. We got to get that saddle. Once we get that saddle, I'm probably going to play in the center for a while. Just because the farming's so much better. Oh, shit. Mistakes were made. All right, and that's putting us at My Little Puppy. Gains Colossus, 200% increased melee damage, 100% reduced ability, 200% increased damage to bosses, 100% increase damage and probably permanent rampage. Nom Nom gains Paragon variant, if Frenzy, 100% increased. Holy shit, we have a Frenzy. How random is that? That's super random. That we just so happen to have a Frenzy Carno that I've done up. That's going to be his new saddle. A Frenzy, 100% increased variant stat multiplier, 300% increased melee damage. Attacks have a 50% chance to apply Gorgon Stoned, 25% reduced cooldowns. That's pretty cool. Is this why? That's right, you had the Frenzy. That's hilarious. Yeah, I gotta find that dodo. I haven't done that yet. I heard Brian really likes that one. Yo, what's up, Flax? Yeah, interesting little choice here. Little group of things. I like it. So this puts us at 220 unique saddles. I think there might be a few non-uniques in here too that I threw in. It's going pretty good, my friend. And there's our superiority. These suckers are, they're not the rarest, but they're pretty good. They have way higher. So these are like the second to top. The tippity top ones are called supremacy. I do not have any. One day, one day. All right, but on that note, guys, we did good today. We got... Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Endless Silent. That is pretty sick. I kind of wish that I continued to use them to get to a straight Paragon 50. Oh my god. Oh, crap. This is one thing I hate about Ark. Why do you allow those to move? Yeah, we're at 49. It always pisses me off that these, like, they can change, like, rotate. Like, look at that. What the shit's up with that? Why? Why is it not, like, set in stone stationary? Uh-oh. He's looking at us. No! What a monster, though. So, in the end, I don't know. This may end up being stronger than our mammoth. That's my hope. It is my hope. But we'll continue on them. We're going to keep on looking for a saddle. It's the same saddle, but a better version of it. But that's going to about do it for me today, guys. I will see you all back tomorrow. Thank you all so very much for watching. It's been a pleasure. You got the saddle. That's the good one, Bay. You got it. Congrats. All right. Night, guys. Thanks for watching. As always.